now all of us are live and can be seen.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, what episode number are we in, Jack? What episode number are we in?
117.
117. Look at that, Chris. It took you 117 episodes for you to be in the show.
I was foreshadowed way back in episode B, and now this one, the full appearance, like when Q was mentioned in Star Trek One,
No,
and then you finally saw him in Next Generation.
no. You know what it is? You're off in the side, exclusive to the side series. So this is the crossover.
Oh no! This is fuck that. This is another Star Trek reference where, in Voyager, I think there's a fucking robot character who's just like, oh, no, he's a hologram. And then his first ever like mainstream appearance is in fucking Star Trek First Contact. It fucking sucks. It might as well just be a fucking cameo. Man, that sucks.
Speaking of cameos, we got two guests today, as people can plainly see on their screens, and they almost kind of need no introduction. But for those who are unfamiliar, please, gentlemen, introduce yourselves.
All right.
I'll go first. Me.
I was gonna say Ghetto, you go ahead, but fuck it.
No, shut up. Me. No. I'm Ghetto Machine, and I'm here to talk about Sonic.
That's
it.
I was so eager to say, I'm here, I'm queer, get over it.
No, I'm here. No rear.
Get used to it.
No reason.
Great King of the Hill reference. And of course, and beside me is...
Oh, wait, me? Oh.
Yes.
Well,
I didn't
actually,
know Ghetto
for me,
was like, no, I'm gonna go first.
Yeah.
I'm Christopher Ryan. I like to party.
No, real introduction, Chris. Come on.
Okay. I'm Christopher Ryan. I really like talking about comic books, making them, and being a real pain in the side to everyone here. So get ready.
Which is why, and speaking of comic books, you're a massive fan of the Sonic comics, right? Right?
Oh yeah, that's not even ironic. I'm starting to like them after people posted shit about them.
Well, the Archie ones or the IDW ones?
Which one has the the cool stuff?
I mean,
Stuff where, like, hey, it's Metal Sonic being like, "Wow, am I human?" And he puts his hand into fucking liquid metal. That's pretty dope.
Oh man. Oh, and actually, because of the way I set up here, Jack, do you have a way to look at the chat? Because I don't have a way to do that in a way that is convenient for me.
I do. I have both the YouTube chat on one side, and then I have the Twitch chat on the small little window next to me.
All right, then I'm gonna have to be the one reading any comments, cause today we are not only is this the 117th episode of the JAC Show, with me, of course, the generally moronic and beautiful Hack, and next to me, the
I am the great sombrero samurai Jack.
exactly, and not only is this another episode of the JAC Show, we are not a podcast. We're not a podcast. We're an experience.
We're an experience.
But we're gonna do our official. Well, actually, it's the third official branded EPAP. Every panel will pause because hey, Sonic is important to the world of comic books, and while this is not about a Sonic comic, it is about Sonic. So in my book, it counts.
And we got Hack, Jack, and Ghetto, who all love Sonic, maybe a little too much, and it is a comic book, so that's why I'm really here. So hey, worked it in.
We need an outsider. You know, we need to have Hack and the Outsiders.
Yeah.
And we need somebody who didn't have a Sonic OC.
No,
I never had one. Okay.
No,
Sure you did.
no, correction. We kinda have one by searching up our own names and then
Oh.
OC next to it.
Okay.
Whatever came up.
But I didn't make them. The most
we didn't make them, but it's there.
most I ever did as a kid was just trace Sonic drawings. That's about as deep as I got.
I didn't even do that. I only had like a Sonic plushie as a child. That's about it.
So did I. It was a crappy plushie, but it was a nice plushie nonetheless. All right. So
I
first,
think I used to... Sorry.
it's all right.
Oh, go ahead.
So first,
I am the guilty.
so first, I actually do want to, share you guys what we're watching. So, as folks can tell by the thumbnail and the thumbnail, we are talking about a certain prominent, YouTuber who, has their own fan base, and they're very big within the discussions about Nintendo, which is kind of ironic that we're talking about him for a Sega property, but that's neither here or there, by a Muppet named Arlo. Now, I actually am very familiar with this guy's material, and the best I can describe him is he's like, it's funny. It's funny. He's like someone like Scott the Woz or Peanut Butter Gamer, but somehow less entertaining. Like, he's a puppet, but he doesn't really have a very over the top personality. It's just a way for him to kind of express himself without sharing his face, which I'm not gonna judge. I mean, we're all guilty of this here. At least I'm not gonna use a puppet to represent me and not try to do anything creative with a puppetry, because you want to go on a long rant of how Paper Mario Sticker Star is the worst game you ever played.
There's clearly worse games than that.
I know, it's called Paper Mario Color Splash, and then Hey Pikmin for the Nintendo 3DS.
I was gonna say RE0, but alright.
Well, how can you play RE0 is bad and RE Survivor exists?
Oh, don't. Oh. Well, RE0 is a real game.
So is RE Survivor.
Yeah, well.
And Operation Raccoon City.
Oh, and Umbrella Corps. Don't forget about Umbrella Corps.
This is a lot of like fake stuff you guys are talking about.
So those, okay, so you don't pay witness to those games. The same way Smaxa don't pay witness to Dragon Ball Evolution, and I forget what Ghetto doesn't pay witness to.
Anything that isn't Venus to Milo.
We talk. Oh, we're not gonna open that. We're not gonna with those can of worms. That's gonna derail us. We're already derailed about something else. So it is a long video, as you guys can see. It's 52 minutes long of him ranting about the Sonic 2 movie, which got into a bit of, as the British say, controversy. That's a weird word to say that word. And
controversy.
They pronounce it controversy.
They pronounce it controversy.
Yep. Hey, they're the ones who invented the language, so to speak. So.
Yeah, but I don't say garage.
No, it's obviously because it's a caught hole.
Plus,
With your fancy garage. Look at him, guy. He's got a garage.
Look at Mr. Moneybags over here.
Oh, Chris, you're not gonna contribute? That's right up your alley.
I'll show you that. Yeah, fuck it.
Moment's over. I toss you a Simpsons reference and get out how to get it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
We have we're currently with a clipboard and pen and paper. We're just grading you right now to see if you're gonna be able to stay for the next show.
Don't worry, he'll always have a spot in my show. So we're watching this. Apparently, he recorded this rant like a few days after he saw the movie, so it's a very passionate, as you can tell, his passionate view of what he thought of the Sonic 2 movie. I've only saw the first 15 minutes, and because of those 15 minutes, it warranted enough for me to actually cover this in such a broad way. And I do wonder if we're gonna get any repercussions. I will also have to state that this should not be viewed. It should go without saying, but I have to state it. It should not be viewed as any sort of attack on his character or him as a person. We are merely critiquing and criticizing his viewpoints on the film and what we disagree or maybe do agree. Because maybe he might make some salient points. We don't know yet. So we have to give him the benefit of the doubt. Ain't that right, gentlemen?
Now, it's alright if we don't do any of that, which we won't, because Muppets don't have rights because they're not people.
Yeah, I doubt the Muppet's gonna come and like challenge you to YouTube boxing match.
what's
If
the
he
what's
did, I would.
what's the what's the Muppet equivalent of Jake Paul?
I mean, Comic Drake and Linkar didn't come for us.
Yeah, but we're too small, you know. We're too small. That's the luxury because we're so small. You know, only in some time where people will notice us. And also because it's a long video, I'm going to increase the playback speed for brevity to 1.5. If at any point you guys think he's going is too fast, let me know and I'll bump it down to 1.25. But
You know what? It's appropriate since he's talking about Sonic. So
oh, you gotta go fast. We gotta go fast, Jack. Why aren't you going fast? Well, that's right. You drive a Ford.
Exactly. I'm never fast.
Never.
You know what Ford stand for?
What's the stand
Fix
for?
it again, Tony.
Chris, that's a Fiat.
That's a Fiat.
Fix it again.
They don't know. That mean you know you gotta take on the spark plug and double wide and they don't boom.
at least he's not driving a Nazi car.
or oh no wait, no, I can't say that line. Never mind.
Sure you can.
I don't
You
know.
can say whatever you-
I can't. I don't think I can say that word about the Japanese.
Oh,
Exactly.
well, again. Yeah.
50 are colorful terms, but we're gonna go ahead and begin here. So first, we're gonna skip the few seconds because it's literally just him sharing his sponsor. Good for you, sir. Hope you get some good money. So let's get the sponsor stuff and go.
I got a sponsor.
Well, work on it.
All right, Skillshare, please help me.
Which is 3 months
All
straight.
right.
This is the best deal they've ever done. Now back to the short story. Arlington ate
Oh,
the
God,
next taco
it sounds
hungry as
like-
well, with a fire blazing behind his eyes. Ooh, that's good.
All right,
Dora,
It's so rough.
there we go. All right, so Lee, you cancel because it's Fedora.
Yeah.
This is not off to an auspicious start. His name is
Well-
a fucking sweet thing.
Well, he's doing a bit, and I will show the video soon on the stream, man. Just I gotta go back and forth between between the two monitors here. But first, can I confirm everyone here can see what we're looking at? See Arlo's totally original design for a logo.
I can see this totally not ripoff of the PS3 logo.
Hey, he loves Nintendo. Do you see that? He really loves Nintendo. I mean, I love Nintendo, but
I'm not seeing it. It's totally original, man.
all
Do
right,
not steal.
let's. All right.
How the actual logo is more original than the puppet.
Oh god. Oh my god. Shots fired. Shots fired.
That's a fucking burn.
All right. Let us now begin.
Sit down. Just take a seat. We need to talk. And you're probably not gonna like this. And you know what? I'm not gonna enjoy this either. Okay? This hurts me just as much as it does you.
Why does he sound like Ben Shapiro?
Because I had to have this video speed up. That's not as we're talking about. Trust me, we try to do it the regular speed. We're gonna be here for a while. So he's gonna sound like Ben Shapiro a little bit.
That and also the pause. What's the playback speed at?
1.5.
He has too many dramatic pauses.
What are you talking about? I'm just making a video.
Oh my God.
Man, on
But-
the wing of the plane.
Well, thank you. Great Shatner impression. But also, I do love the fact he goes, I don't like making this video. Which, then why'd you made it? This could have been a community post.
Well,
Not
video
only
proceeds to
did he make
30
it,
minutes.
he edited it and put it out.
No, he didn't edit it. It showed if in the very front he had an editor edit it for him. So all he did was just hit record.
The
Almost
video
got a gun
was
to his
so
head off camera.
But you know what? Sometimes you want to make a video to express yourself, and you don't want to get and you're not sure how people's gonna react. So I get it. So I'm not gonna josh him too hard. Just the way he dramatizes it, like it's this big deal. It's like, dude, you're just talking about a movie.
Well, no, he's dramatizing it because he's Arlo. He is the original Blue Muppet of YouTube. He is quite the big hack. If you've never seen his reviews before, he is pretty epic.
So-
He knows he's gonna get jumped by them Sonic fans, like what's happening now.
so let's continue on.
But we're going to talk about the Sonic 2 movie. Send the kids to bed. You know, this this isn't a fun video where a blue monster talks about the fun new Sonic movie. So just send those kiddies to bed.
All right, good night, get him.
A little background. To this day, I am confused. So confused about the reception to the first Sonic movie versus Detective Pikachu. I still don't get it. I feel like I'm being gaslit by the whole world. They came out fairly close to each other, and I felt that Detective Pikachu was the only video game adaptation I've ever seen that tried to be true to the source material. It took place in the Pokemon world. It had Pokemon acting the way the Pokemon do. It actually tried. It was literally actually written, we know, confirmed, by people like my age who actually like Pokemon. Not as many people like that movie. Then you had the Sonic movie, where the trailer was bad, and the humor, and then they changed the design, and that was better, but, like, it was still just this mediocre, milquetoast Hollywood schlock. And everyone liked it. And I didn't like it. And I still don't get that. That was like a faithful adaptation. To me, it was just nobody who had ever played a Sonic game in their life wrote that movie, is what it felt.
All right, so far, any thoughts?
Okay, he is praising that Pokemon movie so much, even though like I'm not seeing right. I wasn't seeing a child being carried by a balloon Pokemon anywhere near that. I wasn't seeing anything about the dark Pokemon lore, like Hypno stealing, kidnapping children, or I see a talking Pikachu. Better yet, to emphasize, a Ryan Reynolds Pikachu.
Oh yeah, it was Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds Pikachu, and you're gonna tell me that a talking Pikachu with the voice of Ryan Reynolds is the most like the epitome of the Pokemon world. They didn't even talk about Pokemon gyms, which was like, of course, it's the biggest thing in the Pokemon world.
Did it
It was just Pokemon.
Did it take place in an actual Pokemon region?
I don't think so.
It took place in New York City.
And you know what's funny? To be more technical, Unova is actually pretty much the upper regions of the U.S. So that, and one of the cities in Unova was basically based on New York.
I guess you could say it was set in Unova, aka hey, we'll just film in New York and just call it Unova.
Well, they should have said that, but they didn't. It's just still New York. So like it's just
I was
literally...
kidding. Was it actually New York?
Huh?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't know that. I actually was making a joke. Was it really just set in New York? I thought they were just going to be like, oh, it's the Johto region in Pewter City or something. That's really lame that it's in quote unquote the real world.
Well, like the thing is, like most of these things are based off of like actual areas, like Kanto, Johto. I mean, Kanto region. That's an actual place in Japan. Same thing with Johto. It's like an actual area. It's in all those two are in Japan. The Kalos region, which is like in the UK. That's why they have separate themes. And Unova, if I'm correct, was supposed to be set closer towards like upstate, where that's New York and all the big cities.
It's where they sell the steam hams. It's an Albany expression.
But basically, Detective Pikachu was just Pokemon in the real world. It wasn't the real world in Pokemon. That's it. It was just, there's a big difference.
And also there's actually this confirmation that the people who wrote the screenplay for the first Sonic movie and even the director are actually fans of are actually fans and have played the games. And I don't know about you, but it does show that in both movies.
Yeah. Also, Johnny Cage is in the chat. He says, "Is this Gringo butthurt?"
I'll be laughing if he's referring to me.
Well, I don't.
Even though I'm not buttered by anything, no. No, he's not a gringo, Johnny. He's a blue monster.
The blue monster.
Yeah, get it right. Not everyone. If someone's not Brazilian, that doesn't make him a gringo.
I mean, basically,
Everyone's
I
a
feel like-
gringo. No one's a gringo.
Exactly.
I mean, both of these movies, they have a lot of elements of the games, but really,
It's just a very weird thing for him to to start off by saying Detective Pikachu deserved better.
yeah.
It really didn't.
They should have casted Danny DeVito. They should have.
Like,
Yeah,
I like
they
the
really
movie,
couldn't.
but
Oh,
I
No,
wouldn't compare the two at all.
all right.
I'm not like tripping on it at all. I was just like, oh, I didn't know that about that. I just remember that it came out and no one really talked about it. And I was like, oh, why not? And then I watched the trailer and I was like, wow, I don't like Ryan Reynolds that much. I wish it
Yeah.
was Danny DeVito. And no one was posting like screen caps of people using guns or doing drugs or anything. That sounds like a shit post, but I do actually go with the it's just like that fan film. I feel like it would have done better if it was adult, I guess.
Also, I
The-
found out very recently, or just yesterday, with a friend of mine. He told me something very disturbing about Pokemon. There's a Pokemon called Salazzle. In the Pokedex entries, it can spray toxic pheromones that will pretty much make any male follow it like as a lover.
My
And it's funny because like the fact is it's not even just male Pokemon, it also works on humans.
my God,
It's the Vaporeon thing again.
it's the gay
Yeah.
bomb.
So I mean where's where's all that then?
Yeah,
It-
where's that in the movie?
Yeah,
It doesn't. No, it doesn't count. It's not part of the original 151.
Did
Johnny
Pikachu
Cage
come
said-
out like before? Did it come out during or after the height of Pokemon Go?
After, because it came out
After.
2019.
I don't know why I thought it was in 2017.
Johnny Cage says, Jack, you know way too much about Pokemon. Are you the one paying artists for Rule 34 of Gardevoir? No, because that is free.
Ah, gotcha.
Not only is it free, you would have been like the 40th patron on that guy's fucking Patreon. Everyone,
Let's continue on. Let's see what else our Blue Muppet has to say.
Felt like it had very little to do with Sonic. It was just kind of like Blue Funny Man. It was like Sonic go fast and robot Eggman bad man who likes robots. That was it. That's the end. Rings, something about rings. I don't know. So like I still don't
Describing
get it.
Sonic, what the hell?
It's happening all over again.
Also, Eggman is a bad person who loves. He literally, like, if you want to go by the original games, he loves robots so much he wants to kidnap animals and turn them into robots. In any other story, not in a story. That's like kind of his whole shtick. He's
I'm
infatuated
actually
with.
curious.
no, he
What
wasn't.
does he think Sonic is?
Oh, you'll see. It's
What do you
it's
think
nothing
about it?
it's nothing crazy, but you'll understand once he reveals himself of what he thinks what makes Sonic Sonic.
I'm gonna
Eggman's
guess he
not-
thinks it's like adventure Dragon Ball Z style stuff.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's continue
He's
on.
not like, Eggman and Robotnik aren't like evil or whatever. He was a good guy named Kentover. Then he did. All right, I'm done.
No,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, he's the Tinkerer. In another universe, he's the Tinkerer.
Oh no.
Here, all over again. Here, am I seeing the same movie that other people are seeing? And just so like I feel like it goes without saying, but like just to start things off, like most people like the movie. That's cool. I'm not gonna tell you you can't like the movie. That's great. I'm happy, genuinely happy for you. Okay, this is Arlo.
Wrong.
This is Arlo giving Arlo's opinion. So
He sounds so.
I go into the second movie, and I'm like, they can
Stop
only
liking
go
what
up
I don't
from here.
like.
The first movie started out as like a really bad Hollywood adaptation that like then okay, so then you know they brought in Tyson Hess and they redid the art and that's cool. And so I'm like, okay, second movie, they got it. They're gonna bring in more people who know what they're doing, who know how to write a good Sonic movie. You know what I mean? And you can tell by the trailer. There's so much more just imagery, just Sonic related imagery, all the references and stuff. And I'm just like, It's gonna be like, like it can only go up from the first movie. I just kept thinking that. Like I did not have high expectations. I was like, I'd be happy if it was one single step up from that first movie. That would make me happy. I
Didn't make him
try to
happy.
go into any movie with an open mind. Always, people
He did
idea
not.
of being like, oh, you were just grumpy, you just expected that. Like, no, man, like I can enjoy a movie. I know how to enjoy a movie. Okay, I can go and
Apparently
really
not.
and like when I brought the same friends with me, it was Brian, Dan, and Nolan. We all went to see the first one. When we came out of that movie, this is a lot of setup, I know, but you know what? Buckle in. This is what we're doing. I told you to sit down. When we came out of that first
We're all
movie,
sitting.
I was like, that was mediocre. Not
I'm standing.
like bad, but not good. It was
Lying
just
down.
It was just whatever. Dan kind of hated it. Brian didn't really like it. Nolan was like, it was okay. Like, okay, all right, kind of middling to lower. Sort of a... We walked out of this movie shocked. All three of us. Shocked, confused. Even Nolan, he had the highest opinion of the first one, and just we were baffled. Just
I love the way he describes as if he saw something so traumatizing. Even all his friends shocked, confused, baffled.
This is the worst movie of all time.
And he makes it sound like it sounds like someone is. So he went in and he saw it and he's like, oh look, this is a Serbian film. This sounds great. Let's watch it. Bring my buddies with me too. That's what he's making it sound like. So, and the thing is one thing that made this like a scripted thing for comedy, but this is an unscripted rant. So this is how he genuinely feels. He felt that he saw something tremendously bad. And something
betrayed by this movie.
He does. It actually kind of makes it sound he feels betrayed. That's what it is. He's in the ninth circle of hell right now. That's where all the betrayers go.
It's like when those people say this video game is sexist, misogynistic, and racist and homophobic. I'm getting it day one.
Man, it's a good thing I bought that copy of Bloodstain.
Oh my fucking! All my copies of fucking Postal. Fucking.
All my copies of Manhunt 3.
Oh, all my manhunts on the wall laminated.
Sonic went fast. What else does he want?
No, but he wants it to be perfect.
Is that scene from The Notebook? What do you want? What do you want? So, but yeah, so you can tell he's in ultra despair girl right now. So let's see. Let's see if he can describe why he's so much in despair.
And you know what? I was tempted to record. It was late last night. I was still buzzing with the adrenaline of how I felt about the movie. And and we all talked about a lot of the things in this review were kind of hashed out like after the movie. We're all talking about it, ranting about it and stuff. And I give credit to my friends when I say anything that like one of them said. I felt that I owed it to you, my wonderful audience, to sleep on it. I didn't come straight into the studio like I wanted to. I thought like you got to let your brain process it. You gotta let your emotions kind of come down. I don't want to be. I don't like strong, negative
Sonic
emotional
movie.
reactions.
What
I don't
the?
do that on this channel.
I was about to
Too much
fucking say it's
strong
Sonic
positive reactions.
2.
Just be, like,
You didn't
angry.
fucking just
That's
forget
not what I
about
do. I
it
did
like a
that once,
day
and
later.
when they
2
revealed it,
days?
and
You thought
I
about this?
removed that video because I don't want to do that. So I slept on it. I owed it to you. And
Like,
woke
I
up
hope
this
to
morning,
God a
I'm
movie never makes me this heated.
I wasn't less angry.
God.
I wasn't less baffled and angry. Sleeping on it didn't do much. This is a spoiler.
You lost sleep over a Sonic
Go see the
movie?
The
This
movie's
man
out.
lost
I
sleep
don't know.
Again, despair. He's in despair over Sonic 2.
This man got
Despair.
mind broken by a movie about a cartoon hedgehog.
He got NTR'd by a movie about a cartoon hedgehog.
He's talking about like going to see a movie where a blue hedgehog and a blue Ignita and a fucking orange fox fight Jim Carrey with a bald cap. He's equating that to walking in on his son fucking his wife. Or some crazy. Like, that is ultimate despair. Despair is a word you should throw around to be like, I was in despair. I was aghast. Like, fucking, that's not. You should be miffed. You should be annoyed. You shouldn't be. Oh, my jaw hit the floor when I saw Sonic fucking my girl. That you don't do that.
My
You
floor.
watch the movie.
My floor.
When he goes to sleep at night, he closes his eyes and he just replays the movie
In his
from
head.
back
His jaw was agape when he witnessed the scene when Sonic betrayed Amy with Shadow.
No, Amy betrayed Sonic with Sonic.
No, Amy betrayed Sonic and Shadow with Rouge.
Rouge
with
betrayed the audience with any other character that isn't the audience.
With Eggman's ugly bastard brother.
Wait, does that imply he's the pretty one?
Yes.
Jokes aside, like when I'm hearing this first time, I'm like, dude, break it down. Like, apparently this is a few days that you saw the movie. Tone it down, man. God dang, man, tone it down.
At least when Lionel goes to see a movie, for spoilers ahead, he is playing a character and exaggerating how this movie was fucking dumb. It's fucking stupid. Oh, he's playing up a character. This guy is 2 days after seeing a movie about a fucking fast video game character and being like, yeah. It's like, fucking God.
It burned its crops, poisoned the water supply, and delivered a plague onto his house.
The children of the corn, all with their Sonic shirts.
Johnny Cage says, Shadow didn't show up, I'll never recover from this.
Oh, that's good. Or actually probably does know. I think everyone knows at this point. But let's continue. But let's continue on.
I'm good. If you don't want spoilers, you can just turn it off now because you get where I'm going with this. You get where I'm going with this. But I have to. I got it. Like, I have to talk about some of the specific things in this, but I have to because I feel so strongly about them. Okay, so
I need some money.
The movie starts, and I'm like, yeah, I'm ready for this. It starts off so slowly. It's so. Oh my gosh, the first chunk of the movie, we're all squirming. We're literally squirming in our seats because it's so boring and it takes so long to get anywhere and it's all the same, just like the human stuff and the regular real world modern living stuff and the sappy.
His friends have worse attention spans than the kids who actually went to see this.
Okay, not everyone agrees with me, obviously.
And also, if you remember, the movie starts off with Eggman on the mushroom planet, and then you get that funny sequence where he keeps trying to make coffee out of mushrooms, and I think it's funny, and does one of those scenes where he makes this intricate contraption to do so. And it just shows that he's kind of losing his mind. And then as soon as Knuckles appears, freaking Ghetto, tell me you didn't feel like, oh, okay. It's like I legit thought he was up here later in the movie, kind of build him up. No, he came in right through the portal, taking names, kicking butt, and then boom, the plot begins. So I don't know what movie Arlo was watching here.
He was watching the movie he built up in his head.
And as far as the boring stuff, all I think is, it's, I guess compared to the rest of the movie, it's unexciting, but it's exposition. We need to set up what Sonic currently is doing after we last saw him. And also there was like the whole chase scene when he was trying to be the blue doing his vigilante thing, which I thought went too long, but it was fine. It had a good, funny end to it. It was good. So it's a good, nice thing to set you off. And then this scene that we're looking at here, I thought that was a very important scene to establish, especially because it's a kids movie, what's gonna be the main message and theme of the movie. Oh, but
is he the type of guy who, when watching a Godzilla movie, he's pissed that there's a lot of people talking?
I don't know. I don't know. He never he never expressed that he never expressed himself of seeing anything Godzilla related. So hard to say. Like he's mostly 6 years ground with video games. So
well, he could do to see things that are out of his comfort zone,
like Sonic 2.
I mean,
like Sonic 2, apparently. Just broke his mind.
Like, I'm pretty sure the human parts of this movie was like, what, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, most of the movie we're with Sonic and Tails.
Are you, like, counting in total or in that, like, one sequence?
The first sequence. Other than that, the other ones were, like, sporadic moments.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which, again, is necessary to set up what's going on. It's important exposition. It's the basic storytelling here. And not what, and
Yeah,
what
we're following up on characters we saw in the previous movie.
and the worst you could say maybe that it meanders, which I don't think it does. Does Jack get it? At any point you feel like the film meandered a bit in the beginning?
In the beginning?
Not
No, not really,
really.
no.
Not really.
Yeah, and I remember if you guys remember in the first time we talked about it on the show, I was expressing, man, this movie goes by fast. Like it's about a 2 hour movie. And by the end of it, I was like, oh, it's already over. Oh dang, things went by
Yeah,
fast.
exactly.
And
I mean, like our three principal guys are in the movie like in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
which I,
How is that like? How is that at all? Like someone going, "Oh, but this sucks though." It's like if you're a fucking Sonic fan, as I guess Arlo claims to be,
He's
wouldn't
not.
this movie be? Oh, he's not. Okay, never mind.
he
I was
he,
gonna say,
he said
wouldn't
he said he's not a big fan.
Oh,
He
right.
he likes
Power.
Sonic. He likes him, but he's not a big fan.
With the
Oh,
way
he
he's
plays-
going on, it sounds like he does not like Sonic. If anything, I could buy he probably likes the gameplay, but not everything else around it.
If he was a true Sonic fan, we'll be watching gameplay of Sonic Heroes. I'll tell you what.
Oh, I'd want to watch that.
And see him exploit every little broken thing in that game.
Oh, why aren't we doing that instead? Can't we just
Sonic
like
06.
give up and go play Sonic Heroes?
Do you have a copy of Sonic Heroes?
On my PS2, yeah.
Oh, the worst version. Oh, so feel bad for
Oh,
you.
it's really that- oh, whatever, you purists.
It's not a pure. It's literally the inferior version. Like the GameCube is the actually one that has a better build of the final game.
Well, if you can shell out like $200, because these fucking games, you're acting like it's the fucking Ark of the Covenant. Not you, at least. You're like, oh, I gotta freaking rent out my house to get this Sonic Heroes GameCube. Whatever. Sorry, I was ranting.
Damn, I gotta have a second mortgage on the house.
so I can buy Beautiful Joe.
My kids can't go to college, so I can play the Chaotix one last time.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh.
Here, very quickly, Johnny Cage says, "Gotta be honest, if I go see a Godzilla movie, I'm fine with a 2-hour-long wrestling match between monsters."
Which was what Godzilla versus King Kong was essentially.
Yeah,
Mostly,
essentially.
yeah.
And King of the Monsters was kind of that too.
So there you go.
Yeah, that was made by a dude who loves Godzilla. And this movie was apparently made by people who love Sonic.
Yeah, and at least care enough to to expand upon the greater Sonic world and still kind of do their own thing. So there you go. All right, let's continue on.
There's a lot of Sonic media where he is with humans in a human world. It's usually not even the real world. It's at the very least in that case, it's Sonic, and it's like an alternate human world. So it's still sort of fantasy. I have always felt like Sonic is at his weakest when he is around humans. The best Sonic show was the one where it's just Sonic and his animal friends fighting Robotnik. They're in, you know what I mean? Like they're in a fantasy world. That's cool. That's awesome. You put them in a city and there's people. I don't like it. I just think it's.
Okay,
I just think it's not fun.
Okay, well, he says that, but has he ever played any of the Sonic adventures?
I bet he's probably one of those people that dismisses the 3D era games because they're the 3D era games. Granted, like Poe's Shadow, yeah, it's kind of. I'm not gonna tell you to go and play them, but they're far from like the worst thing ever. Even there's fans of 06. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but I'm raising my hand.
Here's the thing too, like, has he not played the freaking truck chase? I mean, it's in the real world. It's based in the real world because like he literally just jumps off and down San Francisco.
Pretty much. And they went to Egypt with the pyramids to get that space shuttle.
Yeah, I mean,
The Egg blew up the moon.
I mean, by this point, Sonic with real world like humans, it's not too big of a shock anymore.
Heck,
I mean, yeah, it would be nice to see Green Hill Zone truly for what it is and not at a random town in the middle of nowhere. But
well, in fairness, in the first movie, we actually get to see Green Hill Zone. We just didn't spend too much time on it, which really, I mean, I mean, as far as an environment, it's only iconic because it's the first level of the first game, and that's what most people remember. Outside of that, there's nothing really special about Green Hill itself, besides it being the very first level.
And it shows up in almost every other like 2D Sonic game.
Yeah.
Either that or remixes of it show up in every 2D Sonic game.
And and also as far as like Sonic interacting with humans, I mean, it was already it was in Sonic's inception. There was already these ideas that would be a thing when early concepts of the character had to be part of a rock band with a human girlfriend.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing about Sonic. He's a cartoon character, and I mean that in the same way like Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny are cartoon characters. You can put them anywhere.
Exactly. And in Arlo's case, he only strictly wants he wants Sonic to essentially be Archie Sonic. he wants him to hang out with Princess Sally.
I mean, he likes. I imagine since he is a Blue Muppet, he would like the Muppet movies. All of them don't really have a continuity exactly, other than just knowing they're the Muppets. They might as well just be cartoon characters where they're just playing different people in different situations, and they're just playing on that. Or they're like, yeah, like cartoons shorts. Where it's like, oh, Popeye is just for some reason a telemarketer, but he'll still fight Bluto and shit. I kind of get where he's coming from in a weird way, where he's like, I like this one version of this. It's like, well, then you also don't really like the character primarily for most of the time. I would say. He's
And
like, I only like it when it's good, so you don't like the character. Is what you're telling me.
And it's a very specific version. Very specific.
Like,
it's like it's not even like, oh, you like the Sonic from the Genesis games, or you like Sonic from certain shows. No, you like Sonic from a show that only lasted 26 episodes. No, it's like, well, I think it's like one season. I think only one, maybe 2 seasons.
Which one?
The Sat AM. Because that's the one he's referring to, unless he means the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, in which it was all, the more comedic show.
Let me see.
Because that's pretty much what he's describing. That's pretty much like what he's describing. It's either both shows in which Sonic's both voiced by Jaleel White, Steve Urkel, and it's either the more serious one about the Freedom Fighters, which is what he's talking about, or the more comedic one where Sonic and Tails are essentially the Roadrunner and Robotnik, Eggman, is the Coyote.
And you're right, it is only 26 episodes.
So there you go. So he's caught up on something that barely lasted a season or two. That's that in the grand scheme of Sonic, it exists and has its fans, but it's not that important. I'm just saying.
Yeah, in terms of like Sat AM stuff, the Archie comics are pretty much that story now.
And I don't think he's gonna ever reference the comics. I doubt he even knows they exist. So
I also agree. He probably does not know comics exist.
So he's coming from this weird angle where he has this very specific view of Sonic, even though if he's a person who's played a lot of games, and he's acknowledged that Sonic has been in games with real people, yet somehow that really does bother him. Because it's not how he views Sonic, which is a very, very specific version of the character.
Now I'm sort of like, I can see where he's coming from, but then it'll be like, yeah, but he doesn't think that. He thinks this, and it's like, I can't defend it.
And
that's the problem. It's like, being a real.
And as well, even from the first movie, I was like, this is gonna be a different interpretation, and I'm gonna be open-minded to see what they do different. I'm surprised he didn't think that. He didn't think, oh, they're gonna do something different with Sonic. I want to see what they do, because Sonic's a very malleable character. You can literally make him do anything.
But he didn't say that. He probably doesn't even think that. He's just like, oh, well, if they don't do this thing, then I don't like it. And I get that for some characters, but with Sonic, it has a huge fan base of you can put him anywhere and we would watch it because we love Sonic. And this guy's like, no, but no,
We got
it's not my hashtag, not my Sonic.
it. Exact. It's pretty much hashtag not my Sonic. Let's continue on.
Sonic is the only real Sonic.
You're taking this fun fantasy character with his own cool world and making it so like already. I'm not a fan of these movies, especially because it's the real world, our modern real world. So even at its core, it's difficult for me to enjoy these movies, you know?
Damn.
And so I already really don't like this whole like James Marsden, Tika Sumpter, like family thing, you know, like I'm a kid and I'm playing Sonic and it's like, hey, there's gonna be a Sonic movie someday. I'm not imagining James Marsden and Tika Sumpter lecturing Sonic about responsibility. Treating him like a kid. You know what I mean?
He is a kid.
That's not.
Hey, Ghetto, do you want Cyclops to teach you about responsibility?
Not this Cyclops. Like this man got cooked. This man got cooked by Superman. I don't need any lessons from him.
And the thing is, he's like, it's on our it's in our real world. It's boring. Like, okay, I didn't know our real world had a freaking hidden temple and then had a master emerald in it. Man.
And aliens.
Yeah,
And
someone
a
didn't
secret
tell me
government
that.
base.
I'll admit I was kind of in the same ballpark when I first heard about this movie. Like, oh man, it's gonna be one of those fish out of water movies until I actually watched it.
And then,
Because I mean, I figured it'd be another Smurf scenario.
but no, I think it's actually smart in that it incorporates the environment Sonic's in and makes like, no, it's a part of a greater world. We're just focusing on Earth because it's something that an audience can easily attach to. It's not like it's gonna be Star Wars where you're gonna put your audience something completely isolated from anything they can relate to, and it's only through visuals and imagery that you can get a grasp of the world you're in. Sonic's not Star Wars in that sense. They're not going to try to create this whole entire world of Mobius, that like in the old cartoons, for the audience to really go through. Number one, they already did that. So pretty much Arlo is describing he wants to see something that's already been done.
And like I said, that I was in that camp at first, but then after I saw the movie and really thought about it, and I kind of went back on it, like I've been saying, it's Sonic. He's been around people, and so
yeah. So I was like, this is a you could prefer him not to be with people, and recent games it shows. It's definitely a preference, but the fact that it deters you from enjoying a movie, that's how bad it is for you, says a lot more about you than me. I'll tell you what.
The fact that if he forgets that this Sonic is literally a kid.
Oh yeah, he is. I think it's supposed to imply like he's like entering what could be his adolescent years right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes sense that Cyclops will tell him all about responsibility. Like actually, in that scene in the boat, didn't that kind of feel like a Uncle Ben moment there?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It did.
Like I was close.
like
Like for me, it felt like a Pa Kent moment, where like I was waiting for Scott Summers to tell Sonic, you have these incredible powers. What was how that line go? He goes, "There's something greater for you in this world, and it ain't, and it's not it's not stopping petty crime, or something along those lines." It's like there's something.
the horse is Clark.
Don't say
Just
it. Let them
well,
die.
Sonic,
Let them die.
what were you supposed to do?
Let them die,
What were you-
Sonic.
What were you supposed to do, Sonic? Just let that bus of kids fucking drown?
Maybe.
Right, like,
yeah, shout out to me.
right now, Batman and Sonic 2 are neck and neck for my favorite superhero movies this year.
Oh boy.
You know?
Oh boy.
Yeah,
That's
I would say yeah.
that's you know what, that's an interesting debate. Which was the better superhero movie? And the answer is not Morbius.
What? What do you? What? Yeah. No.
Regardless of what the
the other
memes
day-
tell you. Regardless of what the memes tell you.
The other day,
$1
fucking
billion at the box office.
how many?
120% on the tomato meter.
20%.
120%.
Oh, right.
Let's continue on.
So the opening is it's a slog, just a slog, and it's all the same jokes and all the same themes, and like just immediately, it's pretty quickly apparent that this was not like picked up by a totally new writing team who's going to invigorate everything. No, this is a sequel. This is a direct sequel to the last movie. The feel, the vibe, everything about it is no, they didn't change that. And so like it goes on and on.
Don't say a successful movie got a successful sequel.
And it's actually pretty good that they kept most of the same cast and crew. Because when that doesn't happen, usually that's not a good sign. Usually.
Why couldn't this have been like the Last Jedi, where the writing and directing was completely different, and they threw out all the stuff from the prior films to do something new and different? What? That made a lot of money, but no one liked it.
Those are just haters.
Those are just haters. They're on some fucking haterade.
This man was expecting a G.I. Joe retaliation situation. Worse.
No.
I actually kind of like that movie.
He was expecting a Street Fighter Legend of No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not gonna compare. Sonic 2 is Oscar worthy compared to Street Fighter The Legend of Chun-Li.
This screenshot is better than all of that movie.
Okay, heck, sidebar. Given what I've told you about the King of Fighters movie, would you rather watch that or Street Fighter The Legend of Chun-Li?
You know what? I will watch Street Fighter Legend of Chun-Li because at least it's trying to tell Chun-Li's story and incorporate most of the characters from Street Fighter in some ways even bizarre. For some reason it's hard for them to get in Bison right. With King of Fighters, nothing about it even represents King of Fighters in the most basic level. Why the heck is Terry Bogard a secret agent? Why?
Because.
You're not trying to see Ray Park as Rugal?
No, I don't want to see Darth Maul as Rugal.
Or Kyo Kusanagi as played by a white guy?
My name is Kyo Kusanagi from America. So yeah, I'd rather watch Street Fighter Legend of Chun-Li or the King of Fighters movie. And that's not saying high praises to either of them. That's a gun to my head moment there. Gun to my head. Oh, also, at least Jim Carrey, aside from the stomach, at least he looks like Eggman. Unlike in Bison in the Street Fighter movie. At least he.
What do you mean? Making him into Eggman.
I know, it's actually to appreciate that over time he's gonna look like the villain. We're seeing the downfall of Robotnik here. This is his downfall. The tragedy of Ivo Robotnik.
He looks like a guy that would go crazy stuck on an isolated planet.
I don't know, huh? Let's continue on.
In the trailers, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be Knuckles and his Tails. So, like, they finally show up. Oh, yes. Knuckles and Tails and Eggman are there, and they're confronting
Why
Sonic.
did they finally? Like, it wasn't like 20 minutes in.
To his house. Okay, that's awkward, but sure, whatever. They're gonna do something cool. And then, like,
I like you say it's awkward that they show up at Sonic's house, even though Eggman knows where Sonic lives. So when he comes back, you immediately know where to go.
Yeah.
This man watched the first movie with his eyes closed.
Well, actually, that's impossible. Muppets can't close their eyes.
Took the eyes off and put them in his pocket.
So there was no excuse for him not to pay attention.
Exactly. So yeah, I don't know why they did by awkward when it makes logical sense, but whatever.
Knuckles is fighting Sonic, and Tails saves him by hitting him with a police car. Like, he steals a police car and drives it and hits Knuckles with it, and it's just like, okay, again, watching a Sonic movie with Sonic and Tails and Knuckles, and Tails just hit Knuckles with a police car. Okay. Is that the Sonic movie you would write if you were writing?
Where is he going with this?
Would you write that into
He's really upset about that?
Aren't you upset that Tails hit Knuckles with a police car? I would have put that in my fan fiction.
Hashtag Blue Lives Matter.
Man, put a hedgehog in there.
Oh yeah, true. That's how you fix it.
This was so strange. Like, he's so hung up that Tails took a vehicle to, number one, drive to Sonic, and drive to Sonic, and number two, when he notices how strong Knuckles was, because we could presume he was paying attention to the fight, he's like, oh, okay, this guy's pretty strong. Let me do something that will do some damage. So yeah, running him over.
Like, look right now at Knuckles. He is holding Sonic with one hand while Sonic is doing a spin dash.
Which at this point is his like strongest move.
So you're gonna tell me that your first thought is not get a car and run him over?
Like, I'm curious what he wants to happen. Like, did he think Tails would just build a small robot and fight Knuckles?
No, what do you imagine Tails get on the Tornado Mark II and just start blasting him?
Shooting this fucking house apart with its fucking minigun.
Exactly, just put a planes a minigun on Knuckles. Just, but I bet he'd even do that. He'd be like, Tails wouldn't do that. That's too violent.
Tails wouldn't do that.
This version does. Tails as envisioned by Frank Miller.
Or fucking Jackson.
No, Zack Snyder's Tails. There you go.
Zack Snyder's fucking the Snyder Cut, Sonic 2.
Tails gets trolled, the Snyder Cut.
Oh god.
I wouldn't fucking watch that.
Alright, let's see what he goes on with this police argument.
There's a lot to talk about. And I thought this would be the point in the movie where like it would get good, but instead, this is the moment in the movie when everything falls apart and the plot loses all semblance of a structure. I mean, I'm not the kind of person who's going to sit there and analyze the 3 acts of the movie and all that stuff. You know, you want to break formula sometimes if it works, but like I cannot remember, honestly, cannot remember the last time I watched a movie that was so sloppily structured, so horribly paced. There is no first, second, third act. It's just like the beginning, and then stuff happens until the end. You know what I mean? I don't know where we're going.
I mean, that's usually what happens in any movie. The beginning, stuff happens, and then there's the end.
You know what it is? You know what it is? I think our Muppet friend Arlo here doesn't understand a movie with that sometimes movie can have a fast pace.
I thought you were gonna say he just doesn't understand movies.
Maybe that too, because you can clearly see the 3 acts this movie is traditionally made as like the Bible in terms of plot structure. You have the beginning setup with our heroes and villains, right? And then once the whole master hero comes into picture, boom, that's the rising action. Then you get to the events leading up to the climax, which we're seeing now with the temple, leading to then this big climb with the temple and the Eggman fight, then to the following action, to the resolution. It's as clear as day. And it's not like Sonic is they're going to so many different locations. You get lost in the minutia of the plot. It goes to a mountain, then to an island, then back to the town. And intercut with that, you get the stuff with the human characters in the wedding, which again, it's still cutting to the island.
I think Morbius would have been more this guy's speed.
Like, how does he not get it?
You know,
since in Morbius they actually bother to explain stuff to the audience like they're 5.
Oh, that's what it is. He wants exposition dumps. That's what he wants in his movie. He wants his movies like tutorials in his video games.
He wants his movies like an SAO series. Everyone to sit around in a cafe and just like explain to each other the story.
I hate that shit so much. I hate that shit.
Hey man, saves money on the budget.
I wouldn't make an almost hour-long video saying that I felt stupid watching a Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
And make it 52 minutes. And upload it to YouTube.
And then oust yourself for not understanding basic plot structure and pacing.
Reveal that you only watch 2 movies every week.
And it's Sonic 1 and Sonic 2.
And then the rest is fucking playing the Sonic games. Which I know aren't bad, but him being like, this is my Sonic. And then he orders his fucking, I don't know, food. He complains. I don't know.
No, and then after that, he goes on to go. He goes on. Watch the Mario movie comes out, and he starts going, "Oh, this movie is just surpasses the Sonic movie in every level, on every
I'm
level."
doing the jerk off motion with my hands.
I'll be laughing if because it's a situation where that Mario movie is like, the consensus is not that great, but Arlo's like, actually, it's better than you think. I would love for that to happen.
I'll be honest.
That is
I full on expect the Mario movie to just be another Illumination movie.
Yeah.
It'll come out and you'll be like, oh yeah, that did happen.
Hey, at least Nintendo wouldn't be embarrassed about it, assuming.
I don't know. They seem pretty shook up, according to Miyamoto's tweet.
I know Miyamoto had to get into Nintendo's Twitter account. Oh, let's keep going.
Going or how we're gonna get there. It's just kind of stuff happening. I felt like I was there in the writer's room with them on a big old-timey typewriter. I'm sure that's what they all use, trying to just come up with another
Thank God you
thing
weren't.
for the characters to do, another scene for them to just kind of do a thing, just to pad out the runtime a little bit more. Okay, where could they go now? What could divert them from? You know what I mean? Like, it was so. I felt like I was there with them, and they were throwing everything at the dartboard, we were joking after the movie. It's like they threw everything at the wall and saw what stuck, and nothing stuck. It's just none of it stuck. It was just all of the nonsense that you throw into a movie in like the early idea process, and they didn't cut any of it. You're supposed to like cut down from there. They didn't. They just left it all in. They took every idea anyone came up with, and they were like, we are going to force this to work. Okay. So Tails and Sonic, they hit Knuckles with a car, or whatever. They get away from Knuckles and Eggman, and it's like, all right, here we go. They've got they've got a quest. They've got a thing they're gonna do. They're gonna go after the Master Emerald. This is gonna get good. An emerald? A Chaos Emerald? Awesome. I'm here. I'm watching. Here we go. And then, oh no! The first thing they do immediately. They warp to some snowy mountain. Cool, this is getting epic. What's that building over there? Let's see. Well, you know in the first movie, there was a scene where they go into a seedy bar with a bunch of angry people who are going to beat them up, and Sonic has to pretend like, yeah, they just do that again. Except this time it's Sonic. They just do it again. Except this time it's like, it's in another country. They don't speak the language, so then they have like the classic like mistranslation joke where it's like, oh, can I have a bowl of soup? And then the translator says, you smell like farts today. And it's like, great, yeah, I haven't seen that joke before. So like, all of these people, so it's the same thing, it's a bar.
All right, I will give him that. Yeah, it is. This is a retread from the first movie. Not gonna lie, but they do. I would say though, they do something different to resolve it, and it is and as much as you dislike it, it is a important character moment for Sonic and Tails.
Also, I like to add the fact that he's like constantly saying things like, "Oh, I feel like I'm inside the writer's room where they throw everything at the wall, and to see what sticks." But I mean, if you kind of look at the original Sonic games, isn't that exactly how it is? They just throw everything at the wall. They're like, "Okay, we're gonna put a level that's in some hilly area. All right, what's next? Let's do a mecha world. Okay, that's there. Let's do an underwater world. Let's have one that has lava in it. Maybe that will be nice too.
Let's do Casino World."
Like
Well,
they
wasn't
add
it
in.
like they spent the most time on the first level Green Hill Zone, and then everything else just kind of happened?
Yeah, like it just. I mean,
admittedly, Sonic 1 is one that hasn't really aged well. There's like maybe 2 good levels you can argue about, which is the first level and I believe Starlight Zone. But that my argument would be it's the first game. It's their first time they're doing anything. So yeah, they're it's expected. So, but I try to go. So when I hear this part with Arlo, I try to think, okay, what about the movie felt like they were just doing whatever they want, and nothing came to my mind that made it seem like the movie was just trying to do. Okay, I'll put it like this way: at no point I never felt the movie was aimless. It had a goal. It had the scenes. The scenes naturally came together as they needed to be. Nothing felt contrived or forced together. Heck, the whole thing with the wedding, that all connected together because the only convenient part is like, oh, Hawaii's next to the island where the Master Emerald is. Contrived? Yeah. Does it ruin the movie? Not really. Because it's still technically far out for Sonic to run to.
The only thing I could see where he's saying they threw everything is like all the pop culture references, but that makes sense for Sonic. He's a kid. That's kind of how he absorbs the culture through movies and television and comic books.
Yeah, it established in the first movie that's all he really had when he was growing up on Earth.
Yeah, like in any other scenario, that would be annoying, but here it fits.
Yeah, it can get annoying, but
yeah, you're right. It can get annoying,
but I think they find a good balance where Sonic's character is still appealing, and it's also cool kind of see him mature. So, which hopefully will incentivize him to do less stuff like that.
I mean, he didn't floss in this one. That was up to Eggman.
Yeah, and I think that scene was supposed to be cringy. I still say that was the intention.
You're supposed to look at it and be like, "That's cringe as fuck," and then in the first one, it's like, "Oh, that's epic. That's really cool."
No, the first one was still cringe. It was just cringe just because it's cringe. At least when you see Jim Carrey do it and you realize he has kind of gone cuckoo, you get it.
Yeah.
He's been off world for like what, almost a year.
And with Knuckles, look at him very puzzling. Yeah, that's like the perfect response. It's like, what the heck's wrong with you? Oh,
Knuckles,
Oh, and also, Chris Ghetto. I like to imagine that Sonic also grew up just indulging in a bunch of Silver Age Flash comics from the first movie.
Yeah.
Which I wish instead of just a visual get, I would love him just to make explicit references to the Flash.
To talk about shit that no one would fucking know about. Like every Flash thing that isn't like him doing the fucking punch around the world, or well, that's it.
He looked
like trying to recreate Flashpoint.
Oh fuck yeah, or that. Or that. God damn it.
Or imagine they're in the finale. Once he goes, spoilers, Supersonic. He tells it, man. So this is what the Speed Force must feel like.
I would fucking cheer.
Oh man! All right, but point is, if Arlo was frustrated with this scene, I can understand. I barely tolerate it, but at least it ends on a nice character moment, and the actual little dance off. It only would be ridiculous if dance offs weren't a real thing, but they are. As weird as it is.
That part.
And if this wasn't a kids movie.
Yeah, which means to take it serious, but don't take it serious.
Take it seriously, but also please just turn your brain off. Your kids.
Well, no, not that way. As in, treat the story seriously, but don't treat the content as if it has something serious to say.
Take it about as seriously as you take the video games.
Pretty much.
And that is deathly seriously.
Sonic lore master over here.
All these people
maybe
realize that Sonic and Tails aren't really strange little people. They're actually whatever they are. They don't even this movie has the most crazy cartoon logic. They don't even react. They don't even what's going on.
Gee, maybe it's because it's a cartoon.
Literally, that's
no
the first thing
way. I think
you're
wrong.
And throw them in the fireplace, and then they get away from them throwing in the fireplace by having a dance battle. A dance battle.
Dance off.
Sonic and Tails are having a dance battle in a bar, in a pub, so that they can stop themselves from getting
more like an inn, really.
So that happens, and of course the whole time, they need the map. Oh no, we need the map, but they've got the map. And okay, here's the point where it's
notice how he doesn't talk about the character moment.
No,
he was too busy pissing himself with rage to notice it.
He was jerking off in anger.
Also, notice how he didn't comment on the scene of Knuckles and Eggman. Because I specifically remember that prior to that bar scene, we have a moment with Knuckles and Eggman trying to find the Master Emerald, and both of them reach the conclusion Sonic does, and you get that seed of Knuckles having doubts about Eggman and their partnership. I mean, that's some basic storytelling. I'm not gonna sit here and say that's amazing, but like that's you know how easy it
Really
is to
went over his head.
you know how easy it is to kind of overlook scenes like that, and it helps build the narrative and the story they're going here and the character arcs. Oh no, but this guy he doesn't know anything about 3-act structures or stories. That's why he plays Nintendo games.
Right over the Knuckles getting hit by a car.
You got so pissed off of that.
He's gonna fucking go up to the Sonic team at like PAX East or E3 or whatever and be like, man, I really liked how you guys did that new game. You guys want to like add my Xbox account so we can like talk about how we are so good at Sonic?
First off, he has a Switch, so Izzo he add me as a friend on Nintendo Switch Online. We'll play Splatoon together.
Oh, if he so he has a Switch. So when he gets up there, he would just start talking about nothing for like an hour. He'd be like, "Yeah, I really like that game. That part. Who wrote that? I'm curious." It's just like, oh my, the Sonic team guy just rubbing his face, zooms in on him.
It's like, I just saw Sonic clean his disgusting house in 3 seconds. I've seen him zip across entire counties in a second. Grab the map. Grab the map. At any point, just run over there and grab it. Oh no, there's the map. Grab the map and zip out of there. You'll be out in a second. You gotta have a dance battle. Because of course you have to have a dance battle.
Actually, that could be a point. That could be a point.
So the thing is,
yeah,
I
but
thought
it's a cartoon kids movie.
Yeah, but like I had that same type of reaction. I was thinking to myself like, oh, he's in a bad situation. He's gonna zip away, but he never did, and it was kind of like, I will give him credit to that. I literally had the same thought, like, just grab the map. You're fast.
I think my only rebuttal, if anything, was that I think Sonic chose not to do that because he got engrossed in the dance off. I think that's my only rebuttal.
It wouldn't be out of character.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be out of character. It makes sense.
Yeah. So, and then it's not like the map was an immediate danger. And until then, they were still trying to keep up their disguise. But yeah, Sonic could have just kind of ran out there. But then you can also argue then they will have nowhere place to stay. They'll be out in the cold. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. So again, it's not. I think it's the weakest thing. One of the weaker scenes in the movie. So I can understand criticism towards it. You could argue both ways of how the scene works and what it doesn't. I think the only thing they really nailed down right again was that little character interaction between Sonic and Tails, and that's really it.
So the point is,
man would be pissed off at every kids movie ever.
The thing about this movie is it's a 2-hour movie. It is a 2-hour kids movie, and there are entire scenes where you're like, okay, that could have just not.
Oh, he admits it.
It doesn't need to be 2 hours. You could have just chopped that whole thing out, and it would have been fine. It's even worse. Oh my gosh.
No, not really. Not without that scene with Tails and Sonic.
I'm gonna describe another scene. No, it's not a scene. It's not a scene. It's a series of scenes. It is a section, a significant section of the movie. I'm gonna try my best here. So James Marsden, his sister-in-law doesn't like him. She's getting married. Oh, you better not mess up my wedding.
I knew it. This got talking about the wedding.
Whatever. So then, like,
I feel like this will be the rest of the video.
Sonic and Tails are being chased by an avalanche across the world. And has to throw out the ring. And you've seen the trailers, and then all the snow comes out of the rings, and it ruins the wedding. Oh no, you ruined the wedding. Like, cut. End of scene. Right there. You did it. You saved Sonic. You ruined the wedding. It's funny. She's mad at you. Awesome. Done. No, that's not the end, my friends. That's not the end at all. That should have ended there. It should have ended there. But no. It turns out that everybody in the wedding was actually an undercover agent, and this wedding was an operation to capture Sonic.
How did he not laugh at that though? That was funny.
That he says that this is so like a giant segment, but he completely skipped over the small interactions of the wedding throughout that point of the movie, from the snow scene all the way back to whenever they were barely getting to Hawaii.
Oh, and also he skips over one of the other action set pieces in the movie, and which leads up to Tails getting critically injured.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scene was in like the trailers.
which is a very iconic thing for Sonic to do, is to snowboard down a snowy mountain. Been doing it since Sonic 3.
Plus, this wasn't even that bad of a scene. Like he makes it out like as if it was forced in
When anything, it was just a funny way to subvert expectations, honestly. Because I was also kind of enjoying the wedding scene, but as soon as it turns out it was all a facade and the whole thing with Gun, I actually I changed my tune and I'm thinking, okay, now this just makes it funny.
Now,
If you're going to
that was
involve the
also
human
the
stuff,
thing.
at least make it funny.
That's also the thing. He forgot to mention that this cover up was Gun.
Oh wait, but he probably isn't aware of the adventure game, so he probably doesn't know who Gun is.
Even then, it's still all tied back into Sonic.
Yeah.
It's not like we were in a completely different movie with these scenes.
Again, it's a fucking fake fan. Which now it sounds fucking rude for me to say that.
No,
Like,
not a
we
fake
knew
fan.
that.
Just super casual. No, she's a super casual fan of early '90s Sonic.
No, that like
Really sounds like he likes Sonic.
that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that like, yeah, I guess fake fan now is sort of like rude or whatever. But it's like, no, I do mean that with the, yeah, I really like all this stuff, except I don't. I actually like this only specific part. It would be like if I loved Powerpuff Girls, and then there was like, so don't you love it when this thing happened in the comics? It's like, yeah, no, I'm actually just really into the novelization version, where there's no animation and it's just a bunch of fucking talking, and you have to imagine it in your head.
Oh.
You sound like a complete fucking asshole.
Oh, like
And you would
that CW script for the Powerpuff Girls reboot.
Oh,
I'm sad it didn't come out. I'd have watched the whole season of it and told you
I
guys
would've-
about it.
I would have won 30% of it.
Oh man, don't you want? Who was it that? I forget who was it that was like not selling their body but doing risque stuff.
Bubbles. She had an OnlyFans.
I don't know why. I always thought Buttercup would fill that role, but
No, she's a lesbian, a hardcore angry lesbian.
oh my god! So they make the tomboy the angry lesbian. Totally not a stereotype.
Yeah.
What was
Also-
was
Okay.
funny? Did she ride the short bus?
They didn't include her.
Oh, what a shame.
And I bet this version was still just like the other animated reboot. They won't bring back the mayor's secretary. shoot her
It was-
shoot her from the
Actually,
neck down.
They did.
Oh, they did.
And yeah, but here's what they did. They said that she was in a relationship, an abusive relationship with Professor Utonium.
Oh my god! Wow, Professor Utonium.
Yeah, you didn't hear that they made Professor Utonium like really abusive in this. He was pretty much the villain.
Oh my god! It's the Reed Richards, the people that writers really want.
This is
Like they
this is
did a whole thing that like he was basically whoring them out as a brand, and that the
That-
cartoon just whitewashed them.
Cartoons
That
is
is-
pop propaganda.
this is actual propaganda. This Powerpuff Girls propaganda.
I
Oh,
actually sat there and read the whole thing, cover to cover,
Why?
and because I thought it'd be funny, and it was.
oh my gosh.
Uh,
I literally have watched every season of Riverdale so far.
you.
So
Never mind.
you son of a bitch.
The dedication.
I
I've
was gonna
watched
do that.
every season of Riverdale, and I've watched all like 3 seasons of Titans.
And yet
I
you
like watching trash TV.
wouldn't you don't see, and yet you haven't seen all seasons of The Flash.
I had to drop out of the Flash.
That was too much. It was too much.
At some point, I think I just lost all interest. It wasn't as like it just didn't have the same amount of crazy highs as Riverdale.
You're
That's-
telling me
Lightning sword.
that Riverdale gets crazier than fucking Speed Force lightsabers?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, in Riverdale they
No,
introduced like
No,
yes.
no, you're
Yeah.
wrong. You're wrong.
You watched Riverdale? Have you?
Chris, let the robot speak.
Okay.
Let's see. They had like and I'm speaking in relative terms to what this is. Let's see. Last season I saw they had a time skip where Archie was in the military and he came back with PTSD, let's see. They introduced it. There was a serial killer in Riverdale who was killing prostitutes, but they were like, but from an inbred family of like rednecks in the woods, that redneck truckers in the woods killing prostitutes, and Jughead discovers an alien, but it's really not an alien. It's really the corpse of a super inbred guy encased in maple syrup.
Does the alien fucking turn into shoes and he wears them?
No, it's
Fucking
just the
damn.
corpse.
I was hoping the killer turned out to be someone who looks like Archie, so we can have a pseudo Archie Punisher story.
Yeah, I want the fucking Punisher
you got
issue.
it
Is that what
already.
happened?
You got that already.
What?
No,
No.
Vigilante Punish. You got Vigilante Archie in like the first few, like season 3 or 4.
Oh my god.
No, that Jughead finds an alien, but it's not an alien. It's a fucking corpse encased in syrup.
It's a really inbred corpse encased in maple syrup.
Cornelius Stirk was making his pancakes, and then he fucking fell in the syrup vat and was frozen.
All right, one more, then we'll move on. One more. What are Betty and Veronica up to?
Let's see. Okay, Betty has like some weird serial killer gene, and it's like some crazy thing where both her brothers are serial killers.
Oh my god.
There's a serial
Like, her
killer.
father- Like, there's like tons of serial killers in this town, and I don't know why these people live in Riverdale, and they keep trying to we gotta save the town. Like, no, you don't. This town is probably cursed.
In fact, it was buried. It's like Silent Hill. It was buried on an Indian burial ground. Fucking also by witches.
I think that's actually a plot point.
Oh my god.
You're serious.
I think it's a plot point that there is something going on in Riverdale that makes it cursed.
Isn't there? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a crossover with Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
I was about to say.
Oh, it's coming.
Actually coming. Yeah, it's coming.
Well, there you have it. Get ready.
God damn.
The crossover of the century: Sabrina x Archie.
Why didn't they just do Afterlife with Archie? Are they fucking cowards?
That's pretty much what this show is.
No, but the cowards, they don't just do that. They don't just have it be comic accurate Archie in the first like couple episodes and then build into the zombie apocalypse to make like, I don't know, a statement. They just go, no, it's like they want to do Archie.
Riverdale was never comic accurate to anything.
No, but
it's its own thing.
When he goes to the military, does he at least meet Kevin?
He already knew Kevin. Kevin was their obligatory gay best friend.
Oh my god!
He's such a walking stereotype in this show. Like,
oh, that's right. Isn't
Riverdale has like a musical episode, and he's the director of every like musical.
Isn't Jughead like asexual or something?
Not in the show. He's in a relationship with Betty, who's also a stepsister.
Oh my god!
This is crazier than fucking Speed Force lightsabers. Speed Force lightsabers are fucking tame compared to Jughead.
Jack, you gotta show the binge while you're working.
Oh, they also have a mutual half brother.
Oh,
who is it?
Fuck, I don't remember. I don't remember his name.
Is it Basehead Dynamite?
But no, I don't know. He's also a serial killer and was posing as a member of the FBI or something.
You sure? You know what this sounds like? You know what this is? This isn't Riverdale.
Like I'm making this up.
No. You know what this is? This isn't Riverdale. This isn't Archie. This is CW. This is CW. What's that called? What's that? Don't tell me. I know what it is. I know what it is. This is Fire Walk with Me. Laura Palmer. This is CW presents Twin Peaks.
I would watch the shit because it's Archie. I won't.
That's actually what the show was pitched as.
Oh my god!
No, you're wrong.
First season tried super hard to be Twin Peaks.
No, but they have to actually say no.
Who killed Veronica? And then Archie's dad's hair turned white for no reason.
That's the
killed
first season. They're trying to solve a murder, like the
Jason
murder of
Momoa?
one. Yeah,
No, it's not. I was kidding.
you were really hurt by this comparison. Calm down.
Chris is hurt. Oh no, this is the moment. It's like Arlo was betrayed by Sonic 2. Chris is being betrayed by Riverdale.
Well, so far it's like, well, I can't like pitch in as much only with the Sonic stuff I know. So then it's like, hey, Archie is just sucky Twin Peaks. It's like, oh no, they fucking stepped.
Were you expecting Riverdale to be good at any point?
No, but I want it to be at least funny, not like cringe-tastic shit.
It's the
I don't
CW,
know,
man.
I find it funny. That's
This
why
is
I keep watching it.
This is like Archie TLC.
Like it.
So you
Like,
gotta.
I'm watching. It's like a roller coaster of a show. I love it.
Seagull, you're the reason why we can't have good primetime television anymore.
Good. I will keep watching it. I hope it goes on forever.
You're the reason we have 100 seasons of CSI.
You know what?
That's not my fault. That's my parents' fault. Don't you blame me for that.
Yeah.
That's my dad's fault.
Sins of the father, Ghetto. Sins of the father.
I've never seen a full episode of CSI from beginning to end.
You're right. You're right. It's It's SVU. You should be
I know, what's
watching
your
just for
point?
Ice-T.
Just for Ice-T now.
All right, let's continue on.
Oh fuck, we gotta watch Arlo again.
Even her fiance was in on it, and all the hotel staff at the entire resort, everyone in Hawaii, was in on this operation to
Everyone in
How did
Hawaii.
they know Sonic was gonna be there? How did they know he was being chased by an
Everyone in
avalanche
Hawaii.
and James Marsden was gonna use a ring
Look
to
up
teleport
at
him
the
into the
footage.
wedding? Where we were like,
No, that's not the implication. The government knows that Tom has a connection to Sonic, and so they wanted it. Essentially, if everything went as planned, the fiance, he would have been essentially their inside man and trying to in their investigation. They literally did not know this was.
Watched this movie and didn't pay attention to any of it.
My God, it's like literally he says the fiance says I'm working undercover so essentially he could spy on Tom, and the extension spy on Sonic. Idiot. Good lord.
This man
Like, okay, we have to do
really
this
did
example.
not pay attention to this kid's movie.
This
Can't be
Muppet
logic
didn't
trying to
pay
do it.
attention.
I don't get it. Why didn't they just go to Sonic's house? They know where Sonic lives. If they know he's attached
Eggman
to
already
James Bond,
did.
we can't. We're and like it gets so.
Why
we-
would he
Did
back
they
up?
did, and he
Again,
complained
sure,
about
handed
that.
there.
Just
That was ridiculous. I don't understand it at all. Just none at all.
I
Not
also
even
just
in
now
a
realized
cartoon
that
logic kids movie
the
kind of way. I mean,
fiance is the light-skinned savior black man in Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
I knew someone was gonna fucking say this. Someone brought this up to me, I think like a week ago or whenever this fucking movie came out, and I think they leaned over to me and said that same thing. Fucking, I forgot.
When the
Someone-
world's in crisis, Sonic must team up with someone he least expects. Medea, coming this summer.
That's the only way I'd watch another Medea movie.
I wish they went on forever, said Ghetto.
Starring Ben Schwartz and Tyler Perry in Sonic and Medea. Look at dang it! No, I can't say that joke. Not appropriate for YouTube. Never mind.
I will.
No,
Wait,
only
okay.
Ghetto can. Only Ghetto can.
Okay, go. Sonic and meets Medea.
No, Sonic and Medea, what's the subtitle?
Subtitle. What's the subtitle? Ghetto?
I don't know, man. Diary of a Mad Black Hedgehog.
No, then that'll be Shadow and Medea.
Exactly.
No, it's Sonic and Shadow.
No, Medea teaches Shadow how to use a gun.
Shadow already knew.
No, he didn't know. He gets proper because she's a gangster style. The Medea's like, nah, you gotta shoot it properly. Or maybe it's the other way around.
Nah,
You gotta turn the Uzi sideways.
Would Shadow teach Medea how to shoot properly, or would Medea teach Shadow how to shoot a gangster style?
I mean,
The second one.
Shadow wouldn't really know how to use a gun properly. He freaking cocks a shot. He cocks a freaking Uzi like a shotgun.
That wasn't even an Uzi. That was an assault rifle.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
that
an
was
assault
an assault rifle.
And then Shadow smokes a joint. There you go.
Just fuck it. Just do whatever you want at this point. Shadow steals cars. No.
Yeah.
He steals cars, and he has to do all of this stuff, but all the while, Sonic's what is Cyclops and other girl? They're having like an abusive fucking relationship.
Oh no.
And someone gets AIDS.
But by the end, Shadow learns the true meaning of family, and he's able to forgive the tall, dark, angry black man who killed Maria all those years ago.
And they all go to church.
Yes, and then Shadow goes to church and he becomes a black preacher hedgehog.
And then he and Medea gets the itis, and they cut off her fucking leg.
And then she doesn't go to jail because they didn't read her Miranda rights. That's so stupid.
Did you not watch Soul Food?
Oh. Let's continue.
Just have a big fucking dinner.
Missing something? Let me know in the comments. Did I not get it?
Yeah, you didn't get it, Arlo.
The government guys capture James Marsden and Sonic, and then you get Tika Sumpter and her sister going on this odyssey to save them, and for the sister to be mad at the guy who was gonna, and so like they're just trying. And they've got like the backpack of Tails' inventions, and they're like bumbling their way and using them to like kill a bunch of guys, and it goes on and on.
It wasn't that long though, and
It's
also
only 12 minutes.
and they didn't kill him, and also yeah. She would be pissed off at the events that happened in what's supposed to be one of her most important days of her life. That's a natural human reaction.
I'm surprised.
Well,
that
Arlo's
one dude-
non-human.
I'm kind of surprised that one dude that was launched into the air didn't die from the fall.
True, but again, as Gail has been saying, it's a kids movie. I mean, like look at Sonic. You can literally there's no game rest fall damage, so he can literally jump from any height and he'll be okay.
True.
So there you go. So yeah,
I don't know if it's like the fact that it's sped up, but it just makes him sound like really, really angry at the stuff that happens in this movie.
It kind of does, but he sounds legitimately pissed off at what's very like minor parts of the movie that don't last. Like if anything, right after the explosion and the subplot ends with the married couple, I was like, oh, how long do they keep going? But then soon enough, you cut to Nia freeing Tom and Sonic, and then boom, the story resumes. So again, this is metaphorically making a mountain out of a molehill. Yeah, I argue it's not a strong part of the movie, but it's so inoffensive, and there's actually some good humor in it that it redeems itself. And again, it's still important to the plot. It's what the scene leads to Tails getting better, and for Sonic to kind of have his character growth when he realizes his actions have almost killed Tails, and he gets to realize, oh, Tails is just a kid. What am I doing? It's a big character moment.
Also, there's no scene in this movie that is unnecessary.
And also, we're 20 minutes in. Not once has he talked about characterization, the important moments in the scenes. He's so bothered, literally, by all the human elements in the movie and the fact that the movie feels out of focus, aka the movie has a fast pace, that it's hard for him to comprehend what's going on in the scenes, to the point that he misinterprets the wedding scene for what it actually is.
Basically, what's ending up what I'm seeing right now is that, well, his rant is how he saw the movie. He like blacked out on every good part of the movie and only focused on the bad part.
Yeah, that's pretty much
that, and blew those bad parts up to be bigger than what they are.
Yeah.
Oh man, and this guy reviews games? Good lord.
That actually makes sense that he's bad at reviewing movies.
And then there's a big like face-off between the sister and her husband, and you're like, I don't know these characters. I do not know these characters. I don't care about these characters. The sister was in the first movie for like 2 minutes, and now
No, she was longer.
Plotline of her and her fiance, and they have this whole tearful reunion. Did you actually love me? Oh, I broke the first rule of undercover work: never fall in love with the person that you're pretending to fall in love with. What is happening? Who are these people? I don't care. I don't care.
Oh my god.
It's just like this ridiculous
Okay. If I was in the room with it, I'd be like, "Hey, dude, look, it's just a movie. Calm down. Come on."
So there was a friend of mine who I got into well, he's an old friend. Like, I don't really talk to him as much, but we went to go see Endgame first night, and we both had a lot of different opinions on it. And at one point, I was telling him, like, look, man, it's like the last movie. I kind of get it, but it still sucks. And he's like, you can't say it sucks because it's like first movie seeing jitters. Like, everyone now is like it sucks. Like back in he was like, he hated the fact that I was like, no, none of this is good. He's like, no, but it makes sense though. It's like, no, it actually really sucks. This time travel stuff is stupid. It doesn't feel like a real fucking movie. It's ridiculous. It's tonally dissonant, whatever. And he just kept. At one point, he started slamming his fucking hand on the fucking table. Fucking like he's very much he has some he's like slamming it and being like, you just don't fucking get it. And I just had to calm down because I was like, oh fuck. Yeah, okay, whatever. All right, man, look, I was just saying my piece. Like, the idea that Arlo would do the same fucking thing and having people react to be like, look, man, calm down, it's just a fucking movie. It's just a game. What are you doing? But just the fucking god, imagine this fucking blue puppeteer, not the puppet, just the puppeteer guy with the hand puppet, slamming his hand on a fucking table, being like, I hate this. And it's like, oh my god, just I pity you.
And just clearing he doesn't care about any of the human characters. And so I'm like, okay. Well, what'd you think of the actual main characters?
He doesn't like them because they're not blue and animated all the time. Also, there's gotta be fucking human characters because they can't animate this whole fucking movie unless it was an animated movie.
To begin with. Yeah.
It'd be like a Lion King scenario.
Oh yeah, the live action quote unquote Lion King.
Quote live action.
Yo, man, they really feel that lion falling down to those wildebeest. Got an Oscar for it too.
I really felt it when fucking King Baloo was singing to that fucking Bill Murray bear.
Wrong movie.
No, it might as well have been the same fucking movie.
Well, no, because there actually is a live action Jungle Book movie.
I know.
But yeah,
there's 3 of them.
Oh, that's right. I remember. There's the '90s one, and then there's the most recent one, but that was directed by Iron Man. Not John Turturro. Not Robert Downey.
Andy Serkis.
Happy Hogan.
Oh, yeah. And then there was one directed by Andy Serkis.
Was there really?
Yeah, there was like another one.
Another Jungle Book?
Oh, did that one come out?
That one came out like after the Disney one.
Man, what's all these people making Jungle Book movies? God dang.
If I remember correctly, they actually were in production around the same time, but then when the Disney one came out, they pushed back the other one.
Oh.
I see.
The Disney is more important, quote unquote.
I mean, yeah. Don't you want to fall asleep to Scarlett Johansson being Ka?
Being what?
Khan.
Oh,
the snake.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant like Shao Kahn.
Shao Kahn. That's not even the tiger's name. It's Shere Khan. I said it's Ka K-A-H. Come on, get with the program. Get your lore up.
Now I have the image in my head of Baloo. Who are you? And then Shao Kahn.
Mowgli, join with me to Outworld.
And we can rule Outer Realm.
Oh yeah, he was Idris Elba in that movie too.
Oh, it's just Elba with Shere Khan.
Yeah.
That's you know what? That's probably what got him the role of Knuckles. They saw his role as Shere Khan. Is like, man, he'd make a great Knuckles.
I'm right now just kind of hoping that Arlo at least talks about the characters because he's not talking about the characters at all whatsoever.
No, he's not. Well, let's see. He still got time, David Summit.
I can clearly tell he's not going to talk about anything.
Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. Let's go.
Okay. You're right.
It's already such a bad twist in the movie, and it just goes on and on and on.
A funny twist.
Save Sonic, and it's just like, what is this? It's another scene that could have just been chopped off. You chop off the dance battle, and you chop off this, and you have a nice, clean hour-and-a-half movie. But it's a mess. It's a mess.
That old man in the background is
no. 30 minutes out of all.
I theory.
out of a 2-hour movie.
They couldn't drop those scenes.
humans
Do you know
and-
why? Because those
Oh,
scenes
no.
were part of the checklist. Because this
Oh?
isn't a movie.
Oh?
This wasn't a script they were writing. This was a corporate checklist. that
Really?
they
Because
had
it
to
says
fill,
right here
and they
it's a
had to
movie.
Fill all of those boxes,
when I try to
tick all the
rent it.
boxes, and make that into a story, whether or
wouldn't call-
not it
This
works.
isn't
I mean,
any
like,
more
this
corporate
throughout-
than like any other movie.
Yeah.
If anything, this is probably less corporate since they actually listen to fans. This feels like a movie made for fans. If this was corporate, there'd be way more product placement, way more attempts to like relate to the kids.
And
They
what?
would've doubled down on that original design too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, and as well, they wouldn't even bother getting the game voice actors for Tails in the movie. They'll just have them be played by another popular actor.
You
There
know,
also wouldn't be those small subtle references.
especially that big one later, which
Like-
isn't even like it's. Most things would be like it's fan service. It's the stinger to a new film, like the MCU or whatever. This one is like no, we set it up beforehand so that when it happens later, it makes sense. And then I don't know how to fight this fucking guy. Like I said, he doesn't seem like he actually likes Sonic or knows anything about it other than like the one thing he likes. I don't personally get why anyone would be like that. And I get people are casual. He's more of a casual fan. That you're right, but getting this fucking mad over something you casually are into makes it seem like it's a you problem.
But Chris, look how corporate it is. It's a checklist. This is a movie. They made this movie just to make money.
And like that's the thing I
Wow,
fear,
what a
especially like how you mentioned before, like what if Arlo, whenever that Mario movie comes out with Illumination, he's gonna praise it, and I'm fearing that he will praise it because that one's literally the epitome of what a corporate movie would be, with a very safe company, which is Illumination, very safe.
And
All the voice actors are A-list actors, which is like Jack Black as Bowser,
Chris Pratt.
being Mario.
Oh,
It's just
Seth
like
Rogen as Donkey Kong.
yeah. Now that to me sounds corporate.
that's corporate AF, bro.
That's
We'll
corporate.
see.
And also, he calls this movie corporate despite the fact this movie was made by Sega's own film studio that they created for Sonic exclusively. And the only big, I guess, producer or other name here is Paramount. And guess what? They just distribute the film. They had little to no involvement in the actual creation of the film. This film was literally made by Sega for Sega.
That's as not corporate as you can get.
Like another thing, when I think the Master Emerald design was first shown in one of the trailers, they listened to fans, and when people said it's a little small, and they made it bigger.
Yeah, oh yeah. The last time a movie studio actually listened to feedback and made a public and showed it as they progressed.
Like it's not even like the first Sonic design thing where everybody was like, "Ugh." This one is something only like real fans would notice.
Same
And I
thing.
probably
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know, go ahead, Chris.
I was I was saying I sounded like sort of an asshole. I was like, yeah, no shit, really. I wasn't being ironic. I was like, I had no idea about that. I thought the trailer was just the one that I saw. It was like, wow, look at that huge Chaos Emerald. They're doing the thing. The fact that they had an original cut where it's like, yeah, no, it's gonna be small because we made a prop and we're gonna CGI it, and it's like, no, make it like really big and then just CGI the whole thing because it would be huge. And it's like, oh, okay, we'll do that.
It'd
It's like,
be
what the
huge.
fuck? It's them listening.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that.
Nah,
They really didn't. they fucking went, no, we understand. We'll do it.
nah.
It's like, this is...
Sega's bad. Sega's bad as OCP.
Oh, my god.
By the way, welcome Okashi. He's in the chat saying, "Yo, what's up, y'all? What's popping?"
We're watching a puppet get butthurt over the Sonic 2 movie.
Yep.
But let's see. They might make some point. Let's see. Benefit of the
Let's
doubt.
see.
Let's continue.
Oh, just wait. He's gonna get a point.
The entire movie, I can see the checklist. I can see the list the executives gave to the writers. the whole time. So like, okay, yeah, you're right in the Sonic. Okay, we got to have a dance battle. Okay, we have to have a crashed wedding because you got to make sure there's enough humans for the parents. We got to have at least one fart joke. Sonic has to hurt himself and say nailed it. And there have to be at least 5 or 10 references to modern tech services like Uber and stuff. You know, and we need more flossing and more Fortnite dances. They're separate from the dance battle, totally separate. And then
That was only one time that they did a Fortnite dance, and it was like a quick moment in one scene.
Dude, this man he is on a tirade over the smallest parts of the movie. Skip through all the character development of the movie.
And the major climactic
that
moments.
That first time with of the interaction between Sonic and Tails, because this is the movie where they barely met each other. And Tails was idolized him as a god that was able to do anything with no one's help.
And Sonic failed him.
This man does not know what an actual corporate movie looks like.
The corporate movie's Emoji Movie. That's a corporate movie.
A corporate movie is fucking Eternals.
A corporate movie is Shang-Chi.
Yeah, that one's way
A
more
corporate
fucking...
movie will be the Latinos Black Panther. El Muerto.
Oh God, don't. A corporate movie would be Spider-Verse 2. Yeah, I'm saying it.
No. A corporate movie is Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh, yeah. No, a corporate movie is the entire MCU trilogy. I mean, Spider-Man MCU trilogy.
You know what? Yeah.
In which the third movie just serves to make up for what Spider-Man lacked in the first two, when you think about it.
Yeah.
At least them, they're like, look, the fucking new Star Wars trilogy was them not like...
Don't get
those
started.
movies are corporate as hell, and they don't have any of the stuff like that he's describing, but it's plainly obvious they're corporate as hell.
I think what it is.
Oh, well,
you know what it is? I think.
Myself.
You know, I think what it is. I think he confuses cliches with make. I think he's confusing his criticisms with cliches. Because yeah, Sonic 2 has cliches, but having a cliche is not inherently a bad thing. It's how you use them.
Yeah.
I think that's his real problem here. He sees a lot of these cliches, and now he had a better argument if he said, "Oh, this movie is filled with cliches, and because of that, there's nothing unique about the movie." And I can go, "All right, I can actually respect that argument, and consider that. Oh yeah, that the film does fall into a lot of familiar territory when it comes to storytelling in the visual medium." But no, he's making it out to be of how this was a movie with no real creative direction, and that everything was just made just to fulfill a quota.
Which it clearly wasn't. Like, it could have been at first, like the first movie, and then they swerved and made 2 movies that were just for people who like the games.
And then the second movie is going not to make more than the first one. And because of that, now that third movie is for sure happening. Because when the first Sonic movie was a big hit, they already announced, "Hey, we're making Sonic 2 and 3."
They've also got like a Knuckles spinoff too.
Yeah,
Assuming
they can get past Ken Panders. Which I heard.
I will hunt down Ken Penders personally if that doesn't happen.
Accordingly, they don't have to worry about him because he literally can't do anything.
He killed himself.
No. He has no legal power over any of the ideas he brought forth for the Echidnas or Knuckles. No legal power.
The only reason that he kind of won the original case was that the judge just didn't care, and I think that was it.
Yeah, but now it's not the case.
Sided with Penders.
But then bring the case again, and Sega's like, "You know what? Nah, son, you ain't gonna have your Knuckles Echidna fan fiction be your own thing. We're gonna own that fan fiction and never use it because it's stupid."
I will
I feel-
personally track Ken Penders down and recite that low-tier God speech to him.
Mentally untouchable.
You should kill yourself now.
Oh, let's continue on.
And of course, the precious, precious references. Ooh, let's talk about the references. If you
Let's talk
watching this
about
right now,
more
if you are able, if you have the ability to feel that this movie is some sort of love letter to Sonic because of all the references and Sonic imagery, I'm jealous. I want to be in your position. I'm happy for you. I wish I was you. I do not have the ability to feel the same way. I can't. The
like
references,
Sonic.
they didn't.
He literally, guys, he can't. He can't. It's not. The Arlo can't. You know why? Because he forgot to sew that into the sock.
You forgot to turn on the button for creativity.
Actually, let's hear what he said. Let's see why he can't get into the Sonic references that they spread throughout the film in a very good manner, I should say.
It didn't do much for me because the rest of the movie is so terrible and so far removed from Sonic and what I like about Sonic. And like I said, like after seeing the first movie, seeing the trailer for this one, like you can see all the imagery, and it's just like surely they got someone who cares about Sonic. Like they had to.
This is everything Sonic
like,
shouldn't
the references
be.
are almost entirely artificial. They're just like they're part of the checklist. They're just stapled on. We have to have him up on a building like in Sonic Adventure, and we have to have him snowboarding like Sonic 06, and we have to have that badly drawn Sonic picture meme again, even though we all.
First, okay.
Was that in the movie again? I don't
No.
remember that.
No,
that was.
No, this was not in the sex. Okay. You know, I'm actually gonna call Arlo a fake fan. Number one, this little meme. This little meme was only in the first movie. It was a split-second gag. Number two, Sonic the snowboarding down mountains again since Sonic 3, not Sonic 06. And he did it again in Sonic Adventure 2, and let's see what else. Oh, and Sonic. Let's see, Sonic Generations, and I don't even. Is there a snowboarding section in Sonic 06? I don't recall one.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, then Sonic
You
06.
go all the way up and back down it.
Point being, he's been doing that before 06. That is a staple. The entire Snowy Mountain and the ruins where the Master Hammer is are big references. But guess what? They don't treat them as such because it's actually treated as proper parts of the plot. They're not just there for you to go, oh, cool reference. No, it's part of the setting. It serves a purpose in the story.
This really does feel like a fucking guy who's like, oh, it's such an MCU film. It's like those are the fucking movies where it's like it doesn't fit the fucking story. We're just gonna throw it in because it's a reference. This one has some fucking actual backing of, hey, we played the games, we really like Sonic. We're gonna put this in not just as a reference, but as it makes sense in the story and it comes into play later on and is thematically appropriate.
Hey.
It's not, hey, look, Captain Marvel wore a green and blue outfit for fucking one scene because the comics did it. Fucking. Go
back to the first movie. Did they have to allude to the whole thing with the Echidna clan? They didn't have to do that. They could literally wrote that off, but they did it because it's not so because they want to set up future stories. But as well, it also serves as a neat reference. They're like, hey, the Echidnas. We're gonna move a lot of the Echidna stuff into Sonic, giving people like, oh. People who are in the know, they know what to expect coming on because of the Echidnas. And for those that don't know, it's like, who are these mysterious alien-looking things? Will they come into play in the future? Well, you bet they will.
This guy doesn't fucking get it. And it could just be he's ranting. He's ranting, yeah, but he said, I'm doing this rant 2 days after I saw it. It's like, maybe that's it. Maybe he just didn't, because it's in theaters right now. I don't think you can stream it. Maybe he is just like, okay, well, I'm gonna. Oh, not yet, unfortunately. He probably is just going off by memory, and he's getting a lot of this shit wrong, which is probably unfair. But if he's this fucking angry about something he thought was real, I
would say that's maybe not too much excuse, considering Jack and I remember it very, very well, and we saw that movie literally 2 days after. We saw that movie. 2 days after. 2 days. after 2 days when we did the episode.
Yeah.
So we had just
What?
enough time as Arlo to think about the movie.
Oh,
You guys aren't like, you know. You guys are actual. You guys don't claim to be casual. You guys clearly are actual fans of this material.
I mean, I loved them. I liked the movie. It was great for me.
Yeah, it was fun. It was
Yeah,
fun.
exactly. It was fun.
Like I'm not looking for Lawrence of Arabia here. I'm not looking for a Godfather. I'm looking for Sonic, and I got Sonic. No good.
Oh, welcome, Bolt. Welcome. There's another Arlo Sonic 2 response. Nice. Working on my own scripted response to both of his videos. Glad to see another perspective.
Oh, that's right. He did a follow up after he made this, and I think in response to his critics.
Oh,
Oh,
we have to
well.
watch that too. I want to watch that.
So we can finish this, but hopefully, well, what was it you say? It was Bolt?
Bolt.
Hopefully, you.
B-O-L-T.
Thank you. Hopefully, you would help inform us. Well, not inform us, but hopefully, we'd like to hear your thoughts too. Because, oh boy, it's really in live for like over 2 hours already, and we're barely halfway in.
Yeah, we have a lot of problems with him.
Yep.
Already referenced it in the first movie, and we gotta have Sonic say, "Gotta go fast." It doesn't do anything for me.
Oh,
That's not
God.
stapling this kind of stuff onto a generic Hollywood schlock movie. Like, that doesn't make it a love letter. I mean, I don't use the word pandering a lot, but that's what it feels like to me. Let's just make the same generic, boring garbage and staple on a bunch of references.
Sonic using his own catchphrase.
I want him to be consistent and say that when in the Mario movie comes out and he says, "Let's go." If he doesn't have that same argument for that Mario movie, then yeah, that says a lot about him. If he's consistent and does that same critique about the Mario movie, then they know what? I can respect that. But if not...
And if you're a fan of this thing, shouldn't it be okay that they're pandering to you?
No.
It shouldn't... It should be Sonic, but don't try to be so Sonic.
I love Sonic, but just stop trying to be Sonic. I hate these people trying to tell me what Sonic is. Sonic isn't fun and does cool references and fights robots. Sonic fucking sits in a cafe and drinks coffee and reviews fucking telemarketer schemes on Amazon.
I genuinely want to know what this man thinks Sonic should be.
Yeah, Sonic shouldn't say phrases that he's associated with, or remember during, I think it was like during the dance battle when he actually did the adventure pose.
Yeah, like in the first movie, he even does his Smash 4 render, I think.
Which is
Smash
like
4, Smash Ultimate, and it's blink and you miss it.
Yeah, same thing with the Sonic Adventure. It was blinking and missing. I remember. I was like, wait a minute, was that the? And then it was gone. I think I hear Jack say, I was like, oh, he did it.
Yeah.
I was
yeah,
like,
when I saw it, I went, yo!
Let's see, Bolt says, you can tell he came into the film wanting to hate it. Kind of what happened with High Top with the MCU Spidey film. Also, he never played the adventure game.
What? This man, going by what kind of things he's saying, I could assume he's about a little bit older than us, and then play any of the games past the Genesis era?
Honestly, I would have believed he's younger than us for all this shit he's been fucking angry at.
He has to be older, considering that for his ideal Sonic is the 90s cartoon.
I don't even that one. Whatever.
It's just like this is a big fur ball of mystery over here.
That's literal pandering right there. That's just being like, hey, look at us! Look, we got the memes, we got the references. Oh.
Hey, look, it's a reference. This movie sucks.
Wait, what memes?
That's really the main, like. It almost doesn't even matter what happens. I am complaining about the plot, but like, if the humor is good, I'll enjoy pretty much anything. You know, it's not good here.
Apparently not.
It's bad. It's even worse than the first movie.
And he's not complaining about the plot itself.
Lazy, cliched kids movie catchphrase in the book is in this movie.
Also, I'm guessing he's not a big fan of Jim Carrey.
Right here it says Bolt. Bolt says, I think he played the 3 Genesis and everything from Colors and onward.
Oh, so he missed an entire literal era of Sonic.
Yeah, that's
the one we grew up with.
damn.
Here,
He's never gonna be able to experience the greatness of the theme song for Sonic Heroes.
He probably does. He tell him, hey, you know what Crush 40 is? He'll say, oh, what game is that? That's how you know. Ask him what's Crush 40.
It doesn't deserve unknown from me.
He would not say.
He'll
He'd be like, hey,
no, show it unknown to me. He goes, why does Knuckles have a rap song? All right, that's just silly. That's just stupid. He'll probably say that.
I will hunt him down.
He would. Arlo's the type to watch Hercules and say, why does it look like Vegas?
Why does it look like Vegas? Because Vegas looks like Greece, you asshole.
Idiot.
Why does it look like Vegas? Don't forget Herculad.
Oh, I did forget Herculad.
All right, let's continue on.
Irregularity in this film, black man and woman get in here.
I love that.
Get in costume.
Oh.
I've seen an irregularity.
Oh god dang it! Why are those Oni play skits so quotable? God dang. Oh, let's keep going. I'm just saying, I was surprised Arlo didn't find Jim Carrey funny. Like, you can argue, maybe he's not true to Eggman, sure enough, especially in the first movie where he really is kind of just playing himself. But this is just showing me that Jim Carrey hasn't lost touch. Even after all the years of either not being in movies and trying to be a serious actor, he could still, do his shtick very well.
He can still play the faux Jim Carrey.
Yeah. So I'm guessing Arlo don't like Jim Carrey movies.
Like, even in regards to being the true Eggman, we've seen like different Eggman. Like in what was it, Adventures? He's comedic. Same with Sonic Boom. He's comedic, but still could be threatening. And what was it? AM. He's threatening. He's scary.
Oh yeah, and in the adventure games, he's very conniving too. Especially when the line goes, "Hey man, how did you know that the emerald was fake? You just told me, fox boy." And then,
even Sonic X, they blended it with. He could be funny too.
I think in the Japanese Sonic X, he was a very malleable character. He played for laughs, but he can also be a serious threat. Which is what a proper Eggman is. In regards to Jim Carrey's role, oh yeah, he can be funny and definitely over the top. But he can show to be. But I do like, especially in regards to his partnership with Stone. Here, I do like it emphasizes of how he really just keeps it around because he's a useful servant. That's really it. So it actually shows how cold and almost sociopathic Eggman is, if not outright sociopathic, that he is towards other people.
So here's something I kind of forgot about. Bolt says a deep cut reference from the film is when they made Knuckles like grape. That came from the original Sonic 3 manual where it said Knuckles likes grapes, but lazy reference. I kind of forgot about that. Where
I didn't even know
in
that.
A manual, yeah, there in a manual out of nowhere, it just says, "Yeah, he likes this." There you go.
I don't know. That sounds pretty corporate to me.
That sounds very very pandering.
Yeah, it's pandering.
It sounds like very Ken pandering.
Yeah, you know what else is very pandering? When they show that manual that looks like a Sega Genesis box, man, that was so pandering.
That was totally dude's fucking checklist they handed them. He totally wrote that.
Yeah, in that checklist it says make a reference to the Sega Genesis game box.
Make a reference.
Extra pandering was that scene where you saw like Dr. Robotnik in different outfits on the screen, and one of them was the classic Eggman outfit.
That was the one I was talking about, like where they actually had him look fat.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the maid outfit, which was my second favorite.
Good lord. Let's continue on.
That to me, like, maybe I'm particularly sensitive to that kind of stuff because that makes it feel like you're not writing a movie. You're not writing a movie for people to enjoy. You're not writing a movie that you would even enjoy. You're just writing a movie with jokes that kids have laughed at before. So you just put that's the mark of a bad movie. An Illumination trailer played, and it was just.
Name another kids movie that would have a joke that had the comedic timing and twist that The Wedding had. Like, I seriously came out of nowhere, and then it all ended perfectly with the preacher showing the guy in his Bible.
Is the priest also an undercover agent?
Yeah.
Slowly opens Bible.
Like, that's like, but you have kids movie standards. That's pretty clever.
This man wanted an adult movie for Sonic the Hedgehog. He wanted an adult Sonic the Hedgehog movie.
You want to be like dark, serious, cheesy, like the Shadow the Hedgehog game.
No. Even ironically, even though he probably say even though he probably says he detests how the game is, he won Sonic 06. Even though he probably dislikes it, as a lot of people do, but for the way he kind of wants the Sonic scripts, he wants Sonic 06, but instead of being with Sonic's actual characters, it's with the TV characters from the cartoon, and Eggman and it's, oh my gosh, you know what it is? Okay, because there's a lot of comparisons to that 90s cartoon, but essentially that 90s cartoon is just Sonic. What is Sonic with Star Wars? Essentially what it is. And that's what he wanted. He wanted Sonic to be like Star Wars.
Oh no.
Which ironically isn't Sonic at all.
Yeah.
It just has him in it.
Yeah, because in that setting, robotics is already taking over the world. So Sonic has to lead up. So Sonic is part of a rebellion that's trying to take down Eggman's empire.
Are you saying he wants Sonic Forces?
And guess what? And one of the characters in the rebellion is a princess
Named Leia.
Sally, actually, but you get the gist.
Leia Acorn.
Leia Acorn Organa. So I'm just saying, he probably wanted, not a serious movie. He probably wanted like a big, grand, epic movie that, like the cartoon, because that's probably what it made him feel like. Which I say, Sonic can do an epic story. The adventure games are very evident of that. But being as the second movie, and the third one's coming in, it might be a bit too early. And besides, the movies clearly want to be more akin to the original games, which guess what? By the third game, that's when the stakes got really high when they introduced the Death Egg.
Oh right,
I kind of like how relatively small these movies are.
Yeah, not everything it's the same thing with comic books. Not everything's gotta be an end of the world crisis. Sometimes you just want to see your favorite hero face down a villain for that particular week or that month, and not be part of some big conspiracy or big plot.
Yeah, like the first Deadpool movie.
No,
regardless how you feel about it, it is a small personal movie. It's not a big world-ending stake movie. It's literally a guy trying to kill another guy.
Yeah,
that is good.
And then they say the war ending stuff for the second one, but at least they added Cable. You like Cable, right, Chris? He's your favorite character. You can't stop talking about Cable.
Yeah, I love Cable so much.
Yeah,
I do like Cable, but I wasn't really into Josh Brolin being him. I kind of wanted Steve Lang. I kind of wanted Stephen Lang to be fucking Cable.
Well, you get what you get.
That's true. Yeah, they did a fine job. I was just like, yeah, that was alright.
I just
we're not gonna.
I just wish the antagonist wasn't that fat kid. That's all. I wish you had an actual real villain.
I would actually rather the antagonist be like Mojo or Mr. Sinister, like the fucking New Mutants fucking teased. Or no, it was Dark Phoenix. Sorry.
Or
it was New Mutants.
Oh, it was New Mutants.
Yeah, it was New Mutants, and then they tied it into Logan at the end.
Oh dear Lord.
How they do that?
Discussion for another time. Let's get through this.
Before the movie, it's the same thing. It's all the same horrible jokes from a lazy screenwriter. Oh, and Jim Carrey. Man, I'm so torn on Jim Carrey. I like Jim Carrey. There's part of me that loves the super cartoonish, over-the-top shtick that he's got. Like The Grinch. His Grinch. I'm one of the few people that just absolutely loves that movie because it's fun. I like seeing this larger-than-life character who's a human, but he's like a cartoon character. And it's like, I go back and forth between being like, he is funny and kind of charismatic, and just being like, it's too much. This is Jim Carrey cranked up to 12. This is like, it's every second he's on the screen. It's so over the top. It's so, but like I said, I kind of like it sometimes, and other times it's just like, stop. It's too much frosting on the cake. You know what I mean? It's just, oh man. And it's funny because like
So, so the answer is it's complicated.
He likes Jim Carrey, but he doesn't like Jim Carrey.
He goes back and forth,
Yeah.
which
since the Grinch movie is pretty much would have all the criticisms he's making here.
And also another thing is that Jim Carrey, whenever I think there was that one question they asked him about if he enjoyed making this movie, he's like, yeah, he enjoyed it very much so because they literally let him do. He went off script so many times, and that's what made the movie great for him.
And that's what Jim Carrey
like
works
that.
best at. Like,
yeah, I like the whole what was it? What was the term called again?
improv.
Yeah, improv. Yeah.
Like I think that whole dance sequence in the first movie that he did, I think that was all improvised, and the filmmakers had to film around that sequence.
Also here, Bolt says the pacing for this film is way better than the first film. Even the scenes that drag are not really that bad in the grand scheme of things.
Oh,
the gun is important for the Sonic universe.
Oh yeah, like we said earlier in the stream, I love that the kind of the chaotic pacing of this movie where it's fast, but nothing that you're not gonna be able to follow, and it's not like you're jumping to so many different plot points that you get lost in the minutia of things. The key thing is relatively simple, and the only thing really cut to is to the human characters. And those things are honestly they're the scenes of levity where we're taking a break from the adventure, and then once that's done, back into the adventure.
Bolt, you pretty much like okay. Bolt really right now said Arlo loves Detective Pikachu but hates Sonic 2. Makes sense. In the very beginning of I stopped it before anyone else did. I had a whole rant about how he likes that and it makes no sense why.
Hey man,
literally in the beginning.
Hey man, maybe he really enjoyed Ryan Reynolds' performance as Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, because we all know that Pikachus they all sound like Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, you couldn't. Yeah, that's why I think Ash Ketchum love Pikachu so much. Not because he cares about him, because he goes, "I got my own Ryan Reynolds."
Yeah.
Ash is a big fan of the film Just Friends. That's some deep lore there.
Yep.
He's a big fan. He loves crap. What's that American Pie movie he was in? There, Van Wilder.
Van Wilder.
He's a big fan of Van Wilder.
He loves Just Friends.
And he also loves that movie where Ryan Reynolds has to pretend to be married to Sandra Bullock.
That's Just Friends, I think.
No, Just Friends, the one where he was like a fat kid in high school, and he got bullied. He got bullied a lot, and that urged him to actually be a healthy person and lose the weight. And he comes back to his hometown, and everyone's like, "Man, you changed. You're a jerk." And when I'm watching the movie, I'm like no one is actually giving the props for like, "Hey, you lost the weight. You're better. You're successful." Everyone's like telling like, "Oh, you changed." Like he's literally made his own self a better person physically, mentally, but nah, he's a jerk. It's like, what? Sorry, I tried watching that movie and I just couldn't. I was baffled by how they tried to portray Ryan Reynolds' character as if he had a major flaw by wanting to be healthy and be a better person.
Bolt here is asking, do you guys have a Discord? We do. I know HAC has the link for it. I don't remember how to pull that out.
I do, sir, and I do appreciate that of your interest wanting to come in. However, I like to, I do not like. This is a personal preference, but I do not like to just have anyone come in, especially if it's going into a server. So it's not on you. It's just my personal preference. These folks here I've already known for quite a while now, so I'm comfortable with them. And so it's nothing against you. It's just a preference of mine. If you subscribe to the channel and if you do enjoy us for our content, then I will consider that. But for the time being, I appreciate the enthusiasm. But
basically, long story short, HAC likes networking. Got a network with him.
Well, not essentially network. It's just that you gotta. This is
know you.
Yeah, it's nothing on you. It's nothing on you, dude. But there's a reason Discord horror stories exist.
And also, I'm pretty sure I knew what this guy meant because right here it says I didn't want to join the stream. Just wanted to know if you guys had a Discord.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I
I
mean-
can't see the comments, so I can only go by what you're saying.
Well, I read it word for word, but I pretty much assumed that he just wanted to interact with Discord.
Okay.
It sounded like from your perspective, yeah.
Oh,
it
okay.
sounded Like
Sorry.
also
Point remains. Point remains. But I appreciate it.
By the way,
for-
guys,
What was that?
sorry, but like by the way, guys, Hack isn't too tech savvy when it comes to Discord. I mean, I need to remind you one day to actually make it to where you can lock the private channel, or the private channel that you have right now, so people don't just randomly join in.
Oh well, that's why I have the different audio channels showing what they are, so that when they see it, we know what we're doing, and not just the general is just.
That's just going by honor code though. But yeah, you're right.
My server's small enough; I can go by honor code. Like there's something.
Honor.
Yeah. You must have honor to join this server.
This server has no honor.
Yeah, but okay. If we get to if both of you subscribe, you kind of interact with us, and I'm much more comfortable. Shoot, then I have no problem getting you an invite to my server. So, but I appreciate it, man. Don't just take it as I appreciate it. Let's continue on.
The first movie has this like 45-minute long scene where he just dances, and it was like probably the worst part of the movie because it's just like, what is this?
Wrong.
Every time he would, like,
One of the
start
best
to do
parts of the
another dance,
movie.
so, like,
You don't know what he's
no,
talking about.
Like, don't do it again. No, please. You know what's funny? The annoying, overly stupid comic relief character I normally really don't like. The character Wade, he's like a deputy police guy or whatever. In the first movie, he was the character that like was the closest to having me chuckle a couple times, even though I could see what they were doing with him. And it's funny because like I don't know if it's just because the rest of the movie was so bad and the humor was like so consistently bad, but like he was in this movie and like he had some of the best lines in the movie. Like I don't know if it was just the context. I don't know if otherwise we would have thought it was that funny, or we were just like looking for something funny. But like he had some lines that had us just laughing our butts off. So I liked him. He had some
Really? Him?
Really?
Honestly, I thought it was kind of a weak comedic character, to be quite honest.
If anything, he's the most cliche character.
Yeah, he's he's like the bubbling police partner or something.
I forgot
Pretty
that
much
character was
basically a
in there
mall cop.
until
So
I would have forgotten he was in the movie.
so he's the one that made Arlo and his friends laugh. Seriously?
The most unfucking faithful addition to this movie Arlo loves, and all the stuff that's supposed to be in the franchise is in it, and he hates it.
This man's face
Great.
is like flat soda.
Like he's trying way too hard to sound intelligent.
Doesn't help
Yeah.
that we put his video at 1.5 speed.
I think it really helps, because if he was talking the normal speed, I'd be like, oh god.
Oh yeah,
Fucking dude.
it'll take it forever to make a point.
really funny lines. I liked
Bolt
them.
says,
So okay, this is the
to
part
your-
where you
Oh.
you are
Go ahead.
Bolt says to your comment, I've been on other people's streams before, and I understand being wary of randoms wanting to join in. I totally understand, and I take no offense.
Awesome. Yeah, that's all it is. But hey, like I said, I appreciate your boldness and honesty. All right, let's continue on.
just you're screaming at your screen right now. You're screaming at me, Arlo. It's a kids movie. It's a
Okay.
So he's self-aware.
Okay, he got us on that. He got us on. You know what?
I mean,
We'll give him that. That's
you're
not-
aware you're doing the thing, but you're still doing the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't.
He hasn't talked about the characters whatsoever.
Yeah, he hasn't talked about the characters. He hasn't talked about any of the major moments of the film. He hasn't even gotten to the climax of the film. He's barely has just started talking about Eggman, and that was brief.
It seems like he's like, I don't know, maybe he drank a lot of coffee and then did this. He hadn't jerked off yet. And that's why he's so on it.
Oh, you know what it is? He's drinking his inhibitions away because he couldn't make it in that one puppet movie about the one where the puppets is a buddy cop movie with a puppet and that chick
Oh,
from
the Happy Time
Bridesmaids.
Murders.
Yeah, Happy Time Murders is called.
Yeah,
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, the one where apparently they broke. I guess they went against a lot of puppeting code or something. Like apparently that's a lot of professional puppeteers got upset up that movie from what I heard.
Let's see what
Yeah.
else he says. I kind
Like-
of want to see what else he says.
Oh, I see.
Kids will think it's funny, and I talk about this in my review of the first movie, and I will repeat it now, even though I know it is pointless and no one will listen to it. And whatever, I'm still gonna say it. Kids movies can be good.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
a
right.
this is
kid
good.
is more likely to enjoy this movie, and I will allow them to do so. I will not stop them. Sure, but like a kids movie can also be good. Kids movies can appeal to both adults and kids. Like that, a successful family movie works for both. Some of my favorite movies of all time are kids movies. The Lego movie single-handedly proved that you can have the most kid.
Why not just say Incredibles?
Likey, like the most.
I mean, Lego movie's not.
oddball,
It's like it's a decent choice.
kid-centric humor.
No,
And it's
I'm not
still
hating on
funny.
him.
It's
I'm just
not
like,
cliche,
oh, that's
it's not
weird.
copy-pasted garbage. It's still funny, and it's good for adults, and it's just a good movie for everyone.
Wait,
That's a thing that can happen
Wait
when
a
you
second.
like care and you.
didn't he hate the fact that Sonic,
Oh, I see what you're going here.
where Sonic goes and gets hurt and he's like, first try. Meanwhile, Batman in this movie, he throws a bunch of batarangs, finally hits the lever and says, first try.
Yeah, and that's like Batman's whole character in these movies.
And also, aren't the leg? And also, let's be real. Let's be for real here. The Lego Movie is the most corporate movie you can think of. It just so happens they actually got some creative writing talent to make this very corporate movie work.
They got Clone High people.
It's like it is literally a 2-hour advertisement for Legos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and the Sonic movie, they're not even tied into a game. It's its own thing.
And they
And
didn't
that-
even release a tie-in game for it. So
Let's see. Bolt says,
I
most
don't
of
think they
Arlo's
did something
content.
to that.
Oh, hold on.
It says here, most of Arlo's content is scripted, but whenever he makes a rant, he usually gets railed because he never thinks through his points. His response to his criticisms is scripted, though.
Yeah, well, that's good. That means hopefully he got some reflection. But it's just the irony here of how he lambasted Sonic 2 for being pandering and a corporate checklist, when the Lego Movie is very pandering and probably had its own checklist because that movie was actually made by a corporate studio and had to have certain things in order for it to be made. While the Sonic movie, the only people over the production of that movie was Sega themselves. It wasn't any other studio, not even Paramount.
Yeah.
Just observations, just observations. I'm not saying I'm not saying that Lego movie is bad because of it. I just find it interesting of his criticisms and then the comparisons he makes.
Yeah.
Continue.
Try. Oh man, I'm gonna get roasted for this. Oh my gosh, I'm saying stuff like that.
You already
I'm
did.
sorry.
Yep.
That's the way that it feels. If someone who wrote this movie does care about it, I'm sorry. I still hate it. I still think it's so. Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh my God.
Point is, kids movies can be good. They don't have to be formulaic, focus-tested, copy-pasted junk. Kids will like it because they don't know any better. It doesn't excuse a bad movie. It's still a bad movie.
Yeah, you're right. He's right.
Like, it can still have good humor that's like natural and it's just genuinely funny. You know what they do in this movie a whole lot, constantly? They'll just say a line that's like nonsense. They'll just say something and you're like, what are they even talking about? Oh, it's because they were setting up a joke. Like, they will shoehorn in as many of these jokes as they can and just like wreck what people are trying to say because they're trying. Oh yeah, it's because they wanted to say that joke and they had to like force it in instead of like making it natural. Okay, also on the whole kids.
Yeah. I think in some scenes more obvious than others. So I'll say that's okay. You know what? I'll give them that because in some parts of the movie, they much like how like a lot of Marvel movies, sometimes they add in a joke that really didn't need to be there. But it's not. But it was not something that was like a common issue throughout Sonic 2. There's just like a few select scenes, and funny enough, for as chaotic a movie as it is, when it wants to be serious or quiet things down, it does. So again, more of making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
Movie argument. What is this movie? Is this movie aimed at kids?
Yes.
Or is it
Yes.
a
Yeah.
love letter, quotes, packed packed with references that are exclusively for all of
It
the
can be
20 and
both.
30
It can be
something
both.
who grew up playing these games. Because I don't
No,
feel like
it
I
has to
can
be
have
one or the
both
other.
in this case. Kids aren't going to get those references if they came to just enjoy it. Like, they don't know what those references are. They don't care. But then, like, if the references are for me, because I grew up playing the games, but it's a bad
No, you
kids
didn't.
movie. What do I care about?
No, he did. Come on, he did. He did.
You did, but you wouldn't have fucking said any of this.
I
This
do.
would be like if I said, "Oh man, I love these fucking comics. I grew up reading them," and then I just fucking ignored like just a bunch of this bullshit. I don't know what the fucking happened lately. Or no, like if I was watching the MCU movies and loved everything they did, and I was like, "That's just like the thing I read when I was a kid." And it's like, no, it's not. I can actually confirm Thor was not like this fucking 5 years ago. Or okay, let's be more real, like 8 years ago. That's fucking fake as shit, and it's disingenuous, and you ruin your point. Again, we did clarify that he's more of a casual fan. Okay, I'm gonna give him that. That's more fair. But he can't say like, okay. Also, I don't know. I'm just, I don't personally know it.
Well, we can't say he probably missed a lot more references than he found. Considering that he missed the entire 3D era of Sonic, at least the beginning of it. So so his only exposure really is classic Sonic and modern Sonic.
Yeah.
He didn't fucking grow up with the shit.
Yeah,
that to me is like fan stuff.
This is what happens when kids are not raised with a Dreamcast.
I agree. Or a GameCube.
Or a GameCube. Or an Xbox.
Or a Switch. Barn.
Or a PS2.
or a belt. Or a father figure.
Okay. Dang, didn't you know kids raised in single parent households are more likely to not like Sonic?
Oh, really? You don't say.
Oh my gosh.
Single parent houses have a lot of problems. What?
Oh my gosh! We'll stop it there before we say something really stupid.
Any less of a bad kids movie. Also, if it's a kids movie, why is it a kids movie? Most Sonic fans, most people who know who Sonic is, are not kids. It's the classic mistake of the out of touch.
Wrong.
What?
Kids know who Sonic is.
Does he think they just stopped releasing Sonic games?
Yeah, they did.
No. You know what he thinks? He assumes most of the Sonic games made today are for an older audience. That's what I think. That's what he thinks.
To be fair, they do probably play a lot of them. The older audience probably does play a lot.
You could argue the same exact thing for Pokemon, and with Pokemon, there's a lot more credibility that less kids play that than Sonic.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
See, let's not mince words here. But kids know who Sonic is. He's been exposed in enough media. Then, yeah, maybe they never played a classic game or any of the modern games or anything like that. But he's had TV shows. He's been in a lot of other games that are not Sonic games. He has the bunch of mobile games. I'm sure a kid came across a Sonic mobile game at least one time using their mom's phone, whether it's Sonic Dash or Sonic and Sega Team All-Star Racing or something.
Hell, they can even have the original Sonic games in the mobile phone because I have seen them.
Oh yeah,
they're like Sonic 1, 2, or 3. Like they were in mobile.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Mario. There's so much exposure and as well media of this mascot character that you will know who this character is even if you never touch any of their games.
Yeah, like even my grandma can recognize Sonic the Hedgehog.
Same here.
Like we're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog, not like Willy Wombat or fucking
or Ty the Tasmanian Tiger.
Or fucking Gecko. Or whatever the fuck that Gecko is.
Gex.
Or Vex. You remember Vex?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember this.
Or no, the best mascot ever, Blinks the Time Cat.
Or KL the kangaroo.
Or Wild Woody.
Or Naxter. Sparkster.
Oh.
No, Sparkster. I want to talk about an actual good game.
And Glover.
Oh yeah, don't you? Oh, he's coming back.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Oh, Bubsy! Don't forget about Bubsy. You're not.
I didn't.
Yeah, that's where Wooly came from.
Oh, yeah.
Let's continue.
Touch studio executive to make a product using an IP, not for the actual audience of the IP, but for the audience they think it should have. You know, it's like the Pokemon thing. You can't say it's like this because it's for kids when we have seen raw data. The majority of Pokemon fans are not kids. They are adults. That is a simple fact. Okay, so there's another thing people will inevitably say to me, and you better believe I got a whole spiel for it. They're gonna say,
Spiel.
Relax, man. It's
Yeah.
just dumb fun. You're not supposed to take it seriously. Just
I won't say it like that, but I will tell him to relax.
I can do that. I can do that in some cases. Absolutely. You know,
Apparently
I've
not.
enjoyed movies, and I just think it's dumb fun. I like it. It's not,
I can do that.
Pacific Rim, very flawed. It did have too much boring stuff, but like I still ended up thinking that the robot stuff was fun enough. I still enjoyed the movie. There has to be something there that is enjoyable for me to think it's enjoyable. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like when people like bad horror movies, and there are some horror movies that are so baffling and so bad that they're fun. But like there are lots where people are like, oh man, it's funny, Sharkzilla or whatever, and it's like it's not even funny. It's not even good. There's no entertainment value. It's not good because I can't just relax and enjoy it because it's just not good. That's like saying.
Yeah, but I'll say this. At least all the Hedgehog 2 has a lot more meta in trying to tell a meaningful story than Friday the 13th Part 7.
Which one was that?
What's the
That was
comparison?
I believe Part 7 was the one where he takes over Manhattan.
Oh, that one sucks.
Yeah, and that one's like a legitimately bad movie. So, like, and again, something that Jack has stated, I stated, everyone else has stated, he is so flustered and so beguiled. I think that's a word. Is that a word? I don't care. He's beguiled. He's so beguiled of everything that's not Sonic in this movie that his critiques that he criticizes the actual Sonic things in this movie. That's so weird. Like he's
Not a bit.
like it's like, and it's funny. You know how he states that with Pacific Rim that he's able to enjoy it because at least the actual fights in the movie are entertaining.
Mhm.
Why wasn't the same thing for here when it was literally scenes of just only the Sonic characters? Because he's making it seem like we're always with the humans. It's like, no. We cut to them every now and then, but the movie's surely focused on Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Eggman.
I'm telling you, like he apparently thinks that the 30 minutes of human interaction is the movie. He's making an hour-long rant over 30 minutes of a 2-hour movie.
He hasn't talked like once about the good stuff.
Yeah.
My God, he made. He's got 20 more minutes left. Maybe.
Maybe he'll tag all the those things he liked at the end, and it'll be 5 minutes.
Let's hope.
Let's see.
It's like saying, okay, here's a hamburger. Just enjoy the hamburger for what it is. You know, I don't mind that it's filled with gravel. They just put a bunch of gravel between the cheese and the lettuce. And every 10 seconds, someone runs up and slaps you in the face while you're eating. Just enjoy it for what it is.
What is that analogy?
Okay, I can't enjoy the good parts when I'm constantly just
fucking
biting into
burger
rocks.
places
It's
have
like,
you
I really did try. Like honestly, like
That's not even
the
a
best
good.
parts of the first movie
No.
were when you had just like this spectacle of just like Sonic is doing something fast and fighting robots or whatever.
You know what Arlo needs? He needs
What?
he needs a script. That's what he needs.
He needs a fucking blowjob.
Wait, I don't think puppets can have that.
Oh right, sorry. He needs a fucking glove job.
You need. Well, I do find it like I can understand because I can understand in which that's what you say unscripted because you're talking as you're thinking, and you're gonna immediately mess up on important details. I'm certainly guilty of that. So maybe that's what's going on here, and why he's so hyper focused on essentially not important parts of the movie, but very much small aspects of the movie. Because that's all he can really think about at the moment that he's recording this, and it certainly doesn't help that it's a few days after he's seen the movie. So maybe any of the good elements that was presented, he retroactively sees them as even worse than they are, because of the bad elements that he's seen throughout the rest of the film.
But at the same time, I mean, you can also argue that we had the same amount of time frame. Plus, we did it as a live show, and we're not having a bad take like this bad.
No, and we're funnier. We're funnier too.
Let's
yeah.
see.
Also, you guys brought up actual criticisms in the movie.
Oh, and guess what? And we actually understood the references.
Yeah, you guys actually like it. You guys actually like the thing you're watching.
Yeah, it was like you guys. No, it's like you guys actually watched it
You really
and paid attention.
Okay, so here it says, Bolt says, wanted to clarify that it's fine if you don't play all the Sonic games. I'm a huge fan of Sonic, but I still haven't played Adventure 1 or Heroes. I plan to amend that. So when Sonic fans tell him he is wrong about how the movie was made for Sonic and he refuses to listen is kind of infuriating.
Oh yeah, and I think for anyone to get I guess to get in the mindset of Arlo, it's very humbling. It takes a very humble mind to admit that you're wrong, or that your criticisms is misplaced because of how you emotionally feel at that moment. And as much as we make fun of, we can clearly tell that he did not enjoy his experience watching Sonic 2. No matter how much we can analyze, we can't take that away from him. He legitimately had a bad time watching this movie, and if anything, he says we like it, and that's okay. I'm not okay with that if he didn't like it, and the fact that he has having a hard time in trying to justify his dislike of it.
That's why I don't believe it. I don't believe it when he fucking says, you're gonna tell me that, like, hey, you can just turn your brain off and stuff. He's like, that's fine, that's totally fine. He's like, I don't think it is. I think you're mad that people are gonna get mad at you for not liking this.
Yeah.
If you actually didn't care, you would just been like, look, I didn't like it.
Now,
and then whatever happens afterwards, you'll be cool with it, and you won't be.
And the follow-up video, hey, maybe he addressed, like, I haven't seen it. Maybe he does address it. Maybe he irons out his actual criticisms and maybe gives the movie more props than it deserves. But just going by what we're just seeing here, yeah, he is definitely one could say he's blinded by his rage.
He was just seeing red.
and remember, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. He's on his way to become a Sith Lord as we know it.
Yep.
He's gonna get Jandis in his eyes.
You know, or like the end where it's like, you know, like where it's just I can kind of like ignore all the outside stuff and for a few moments be like, whoa, I am sitting in a theater and I'm watching a Sonic movie. This is so cool. And they're just such tiny little snippets. And so I thought that because this movie was going to have a lot more like Sonic stuff, you know, emeralds and knuckles and all, like a lot more imagery, I thought that would just automatically make it more enjoyable. But it's like it has even more of that other asinine, annoying stuff that it's like I couldn't. I tried so hard to zero in, but every time I was about to start enjoying myself, something would come in. The horrible cliched one-liner would come in. A human character would be like, whoa, hey, look, parents, we're still here. Don't get bored with these boring cartoon characters. No, we're still here. You know what I mean? Like, it never stopped. It never slowed down enough for me to just be like, whoa, Sonic is fighting Knuckles, and it's cool. Like, maybe just for like
Sonic going
a few
fast.
moments here and there.
I can't keep
but then
up.
just like instantly, just right away. And just like, and I can't even stress enough. I know I've said it plenty, but just the human stuff. Like, it's just because the executives are scared of making an actual Sonic movie. Just with any video game movie, they're scared of actually doing it. They need people to be able to relate to it, and the people who don't. So,
has he seen other video game adaptations that's not Detective Pikachu?
I guarantee he's probably never seen the Super Mario Brothers movie.
I'll be shocked if he hasn't. The big Nintendo fan he is.
The huge Nintendo mark that Arlo is defends them everything they do.
No, to give him credit, he is critical of Nintendo, but yeah, he does brace his brand around that company.
Hack. He responds to Bolt responded to you about the second video. He says he doesn't really apologize in the follow-up. He tries to explain why he said things and justifies his opinion. Don't expect much.
Like I said, it takes a truly humble person to admit not that how you feel about a movie's wrong, but when you actually get when you are wrong about factual things.
Mm-hmm.
So I expected more out of a Muppet, but that's what I get for trying to trying to respect a Muppet, I guess.
That's what you get for being positive.
What did you get for trying to respect the sock puppet?
Nintendo's own sock puppet. There he goes. That's only able to criticize it. Oh, and he'll criticize Nintendo. Oh, he will. And he'll buy that next Nintendo product and whatever is advertised. All in the name of YouTube views.
All in the name of criticism.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I can give you no money to criticize you.
Oh. Well, fair. You know what? It's his business. It's literally his business, so he could probably just do a tax write-off on it. It's no biggie to him.
I guess that's fair.
So you know what? He's doing something. He's doing something right. Let's give him props. He's doing something right.
He is making money getting to do what he loves. And really, is that so bad? Yeah, but no one's here to judge.
Maybe we should do bad takes.
I
so
am.
We can get more money.
Yeah, but the problem is that would I would to purposefully like misconstrue things that I don't believe in, and then
We can just do anti-hack. Remember, I already have anti-jack as a thing now.
what would it be the anti-hack?
Doing bad takes.
That's assuming I usually do good takes. I'm sure people won't be happy on my opinions on MCU Spider-Man.
I mean, you can already like retitle the one for the He-Man video you did. Just say anti-hack because apparently that one guy really hated it.
Oh, you mean the one where I reviewed that He-Man comic? The one that's like one of our most viewed videos for some reason on this channel.
Because you got sex in the thumbnail.
That's which is funny. I only said the word, and I'm not even false advertising it. There is an implied sex scene in the comic. So hey, I ain't false advertising. There was a sex scene between Skeletor and Evil Lyn, and it's just and it was just as stupid.
He boned her.
This is Skeletor before this is Skeletor from a different universe in which he never got boned. Like he didn't become the Skeletor we know. He still has his flesh.
He was deboned.
Oh, that's cool. I'd want to read that. Is it terrible?
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Oh, fuck it then.
Oh.
That's why the humans are there, and so it's just every time I wanted so badly to enjoy it, and it's just like, nah, look at this instead. Sonic's fighting the giant Eggman robot. Oh, this is finally getting good, and there's James Marsden and Tika Sumpter coming in their truck to bring back the whole family thing.
Oh my gosh, oh my god, the human characters are being active in the plot because their town that they live in is being destroyed. So let's have some establishing shots showing where they are during this fight. Oh, this pisses me off so much. Why can't they just like I feel like Arlo just
this movie have emotional anchors.
Oh, it's almost it feels like Arlo wants to Thanos snap every human character in this movie. and then finally he'll go everything is balanced. Oh, like it's one thing to maybe not like certain scenes of them, but the fact they're mere presence, their presence, regardless if it's logical or it makes sense for them to be there in the movie, angers them so much. It's hilarious. Good lord.
Like, say what you will about whether or not they fit within the actual Sonic branding. They fit for this Sonic.
Yeah. Now I wouldn't
work for him.
Yeah. Now I don't want them in other Sonic media.
Me neither.
Just have them be in this movie, and that's fine. Just like with Princess Sally, she's in that cartoon and in the comics, and nothing else. Which for some Sonic fans, they very much glad that she's not technically a real Sonic character. Technically speaking, at least no one person is like that. She really does not like Princess Sally, and I do not know why.
I have Sonic in my heart. I have the childhood nostalgia. See, whenever you see Sonic and Knuckles and Tails on screen all at once, just as a snapshot, there's definitely this thing.
That's cool.
This little thing inside of me that's like, that's so cool, and the colors are striking, and then it looks,
Get this feeling inside where you just want to start rubbing yourself through your jeans.
It has so much potential to be exciting, but it just... I ain't done. I'm not done.
It ain't over.
I'm getting tired, but I
ain't over till it's over.
Another issue that also made it really difficult to enjoy the parts that I should have enjoyed was okay, suspension of disbelief. It's necessary
Oh?
for basically any movie. I get it, absolutely, but I have limits to how much I can suspend. Dark Knight Rises. Did not like that movie.
Don't
Kind
keep
of
'em
hated that movie
suspended.
because like the first two movies made sense, and then in the third one, all of a sudden, every action scene, everything that anyone does doesn't make sense. They use this wacky cartoon logic where just everything. They try to do a thing, and you're like, that doesn't work that way. Why did they do that? Why didn't they just do? You know what I mean? The thing that makes you like, I can't even suspend the disbelief. I can't immerse myself in the experience because I'm just yelling at the screen and being like, why would you do that? That's not how those things work. So
Fair
like,
enough.
Sonic and Tails and Knuckles, their powers are completely inconsistent the entire time. So off the wall inconsistent that like all of us were just like, what the heck? Why did that happen? You know, it's just like the Sonic, like, why didn't you take the map? Why didn't you just zip over there and take the map out of his hands? You know, there's a bad guy. Like, oh, Eggman's about to grab the emerald. Run over there! Run over there!
I would say this. The movies do make it clear that while Sonic can run fast, if he wants to use like his true speed and him powered up, he has to charge it. He has to charge a bit before he launches. They do. They never state it, but they do visually show that if he like this little power he activates, he's gotta rev up first before he can unleash it.
Like the spin dash.
Yeah. Same thing with Knuckles. And as far as the Master Emerald, why didn't they do it? Sonic and Knuckles were too busy fighting, and because as a consequence, Eggman stole the emerald.
You can also argue with like you can argue a lot of Sonic problems with why didn't he just run there faster? Because like for example the Sonic games, they want to catch Eggman to stop him doing bad things. Well, why didn't Sonic attack him before he flew off? Why didn't Sonic chase him? I mean, yeah, he runs fast, but he can't do everything all at once.
Yeah, and also
Like he's making it sound like how in the Flash show they always have to let the main villain of the episode escape partway through so they can fill out the 50-minute runtime.
There's nowhere to run.
oh, he found a way to run.
Oh, he ran away.
Which I would say it's kind of the hard thing when you write characters who are naturally fast. Because their power is so useful in a lot of situations that the writers put in that you're gonna have to write contrived events or contrived moments so that the speedster character is either unable or is too late to use their speed. And
That's why
funny enough, those are the moments where you have to suspend your disbelief.
There's this fucking running joke that I have in my friend group, which is, why can the Flash be hit? And it's sometimes it's like, well, you know, he's not paying attention all the time. It's like, no, but there's different versions of the Flash. It's like, no, but I thought he's always in slow motion like all the time, so he knows when something like this is going to happen. He can catch a bullet before it hits him. So how can anybody sneak up on him and punch him? It's like sometimes I can explain it away, but other times it's like, okay, you're thinking about this a little too much, which is not a bad thing because I do that with comic book characters. But with this, it's like, okay, you kind of do have to have the villain rival him in some fashion.
And you can even argue. I remember people making jokes about the original Sonic games of how there's literally a scene where Sonic is chasing Eggman and somehow Eggman's outrunning Sonic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's in the creepypasta though.
No, it was like that's like a little cutscene. I think in Sonic 3 or 2, one of the sequels. So yeah, even the games is inconsistent. So that's where I kind of said with disbelief and being like, well, you gotta really say he's gotta have a plot. And at least with this movie, they try to make an attempt that Sonic and Knuckles are so busy with their conflict that by the time they realize it, it's too late. So, I mean, yeah, I guess in that moment where Eggman's monologuing, he's grabbing the emerald, you could say, oh, Sonic could just quickly run over there and grab it, or Knuckles can. But then, again, maybe they could have written it better, or maybe they didn't notice Eggman doing it, and as they're chasing, Knuckles like, no, you get back here, I ain't done with you, because he's so focused on the fight, thus allowing Eggman to get the emerald. Boom. They kind of.
Bolt says Sonic stories have never been tightly written stories with no plot holes. It's kind of what you gotta expect with his stories.
Oh yeah.
Character and fun lore account for that.
Yeah. So So that's why for me I don't make this a big deal because number one, you have to raise the stakes somehow, and the way they did it, while you can while you can are it's one of those it's one of those things where like yeah technically this can happen but so can technically this, and the film and the filmmakers decide that Knuckles and Sonic were too busy with their fight, that as a consequence, cause and effect, they lose it. They lose the Master Emerald.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Knuckles was zeroed in on Sonic. He has a small vendetta against Sonic.
Yeah, there you go. So I can just so something like that I can spend my disbelief in. I don't know what's up Arlo's non-existent ass.
Changes from
It's a
shot
hand.
to shot.
Jinx.
This shot, Sonic,
Yeah.
Tails is zipping over the landscape just as fast as Sonic. And over here, in this shot, Knuckles is faster than Sonic. He's like beats him somewhere. But then in this other scene, of course, Sonic is back to being fast. And in this scene, Sonic is running, but he's not like pew Sonic running. He's just like just run. It's like why are you running that slow? It just doesn't. Just the
What?
whole time, the most ridiculous.
I would say I actually to give praise. I do like the scene where he's running towards the island, and I do like how they play with the running on water thing. In that, yeah, for a while it's relatively calm, but as soon as a storm hits or a big wave, yeah, good luck. Actually, and I actually just like, whoa, that's actually like that's some realistic stakes for doing something that dangerous, and it's kind of showing how is reaching a dangerous point for Sonic's character, where he himself is being reckless, and and because of that, he almost killed himself by drowning. That's like that's a good character moment, showing Sonic's flaws.
Now, also, he kind of forgets that our Tails and Knuckles, they are pretty decently fast. They're not as fast as Sonic, like when he wants to be really fast, but those two are still fast. They can at least keep up with like a slow paced Sonic. I mean, what do you think? A lot of the like for example, Sonic Heroes, they're a team and they can still run around with together.
Oh yeah, or or when you play Knuckles in the games, yeah, he's slower than Sonic, but he's fast enough to still do those loop de loops.
Mm-hmm.
And Tails, freaking, if you want to go full canon, he could argue he could such as be faster than Sonic, but many times he's just zipping throughout the levels trying to follow you because the AI.
Yeah.
So Sonic seems always be consistent, but as long as he's shown as he's the fastest thing alive. Sorry, Flash, that's you're the fastest man alive, but he's not the fastest thing alive.
He's always saying he's the fastest man alive, except every episode someone's like, "Alright, hold my beer."
He's not as fast as Reverse Flash or Solivar.
Or apparently himself.
Because because he didn't accept the dark side of the Speed Force.
Because he didn't accept Jesus Christ into his heart.
AKA who's a comic creator people like to blow hard over. Jack, there we go, Jack Kirby. Even though Jack Kirby had nothing to do with Flash.
Yeah, he really didn't. It was I forget.
Wallywood. No, not Wallywood.
Wallywood.
This frustrating move.
It was Alan Moore.
I can stand it. I promise you. Plenty of movies that I forgive because at least I can be immersed. And this one's just like, no, this is every single shot is just stupid. And like that, oh my gosh. And that's the thing. It's not even just the action. It's not just the inconsistent powers. The whole movie is filled with just nonsense. Just nonsense. Just things that happen and you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Nonsense. Because that's the way that they wrote it, so that's the way that they shot it. Even though it doesn't read. It doesn't come through that way. So like James Marsden, his sister-in-law is marrying this guy. And the whole joke is he's like the super good-looking, big, huge buff guy. And they're like playing a sport or something. And the big buff guy has all of his bros and they're all big and buff. And all of a sudden they're writing James Marsden to be like the nerdy little dweeb who's like trying to go up against these guys. And he looks over at his team of people that we don't know and they're dweebs or whatever. And like
this was a weird tangent.
Yeah, and also they the point is not he's a dweeb. The point is to show that how he's kind of like he's like a bit he is a normal dude. No, he's fit. He's fit, but he ain't the gym, bro. And
Yeah,
kind of
he's literally going up against secret agents.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not like trying to make him dweebish, but it's trying to show like it's like it's kind of like it's just cockfight. That's really it. It's just a little cockfight.
You say that, but could Cyclops beat Bishop in a fight? No powers.
If you go by Marvel 3 Cyclops, I mean Marvel 2 Cyclops, as in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, then yes.
Yeah, dreams don't die.
He would infinite Bishop to the next timeline.
Now, what if this was Mugen?
Okay, then we got a fair fight.
There you go.
We gotta find a Bishop sprite somewhere.
There's one. People make these all the time.
So, I never got the fact they was trying to make his dweebish, but like compared to light skinned Tyler Perry, man, I can see how emasculated Cyclops here can feel.
I don't know why though.
Also,
I don't know why this is a point in his argument, though.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it's here. Also, Ghetto. Didn't you make that joke? Oh, like in the lake scene. This is where Tom tells Sonic. So I had to tell you the truth, Sonic. My name's not actually Tom. So I was like, what? My name is Scott Summers, and this place is the place where I died.
I think I made that joke.
Fucking Scott said all that to Sonic, and Sonic said, "You figured it out, very good, Cyclops." And then Cyclops was like, "What?" And then the whole fucking room fell apart, and fucking Mojo revealed himself from behind a screen.
Oh no!
Exactly how...
Hey, retcons X-Men: The Last Stand. Cyclops didn't die. It was all of X-Men: The Last Stand was a fake event made in the Mojoverse.
Yeah, the fucking beginning is them in the danger room, but all that was a fucking double fake out.
Ooh, right in the next X-Men trilogy over here.
Get Kelsey Grammer back as Beast. Or I walk, I won't run it.
He's also a big buff guy. So, like, the husband guy is like, oh, hey, show me your muscles. And he shows his big, huge muscle. And then James Marsden's like, oh, and, like, flexes his muscle. And this giant bicep bulges out of his shirt. They're trying to communicate to us that he's a weak little dweeb, and he's just objectively not. But that's the way they wrote the scene. That's the way they wrote this. James Marsden
No, they just wrote Tom to be a normal dude. That's literally it. Not a bit dweeb or anything. He just
has some pretty good biceps.
Yeah, like I said, he looks like he does CrossFit. That's the type of health he looks.
You know what's actually surprising?
What?
In some cases, CrossFit's actually stronger
than bodybuilding.
Yeah.
If you want to build stamina or endurance, definitely.
Well, I think sometimes they will outperform. I forgot which categories, but they will outperform.
Honestly,
not just in stamina.
Honestly, I heard like so much pros and cons about CrossFit that I don't even bother.
I think there's a
go up, that's for sure.
That is
there's a chapter.
Yes, chapter in what?
There's a chapter of Baki, I think, that covers this.
Oh, I haven't read Baki. Funny enough, for a fighting anime, it's not too intriguing for me.
No, guess what? It's really not. It's actually written terribly.
Wait, Baki?
Yeah, it's really bad. I mean, I enjoy it.
This is the first I've heard. People have been praising Baki. I assume it's like it's right up there with Ippo or something.
Maybe they're praising the show, but maybe not the actual...
The manga?
Like, I actually read it, and there's just times where it's like, okay, this isn't written very well. This guy should have been dead. That's not actually how that works. If you were to... Like, when people go like, oh, if I trained like this, I'd get like this, or, bullshit. And it's like, it's the suspension of disbelief thing. Like, I really can because it's cool, but you can't go into it going like, yeah, no, that's how tough someone can be, and then that works. It's like, you fucking were built up to be this tough, and then no, I really think at this point strength will just beat you fucking down.
So what you're saying is,
there's a lot of those like ultra-violent martial arts manga like that.
Yeah, they are.
So you're saying So what you're saying is I should just stick to Ippo.
This is like the same thing. This is the same series that literally just said if you cup your hands together, you make a little mini black hole of like vacuumed air that could kill someone.
You can fucking burst a hole through solid concrete.
I can believe a hedgehog can be faster than the speed of sound, but that I cannot believe.
I can't believe that's stupid.
I mean, the show is pretty much basically someone going, throwing pocket sand narrator pauses time and says, "Pocket sand, a Chinese ancient art. The pocket sand blinds and temporarily poisons the enemy." Like going through a whole monologue.
Like I said, Japanese don't know pacing. All right, let's continue.
He's a lame little guy compared to like it doesn't just constantly like what why are they just assuming that makes sense and that works, and the effects were bad. Like the effects.
Few shots, really.
Serviceable.
Overall, it's
most of the
okay.
time, but like, and I thought like this is probably just me, but like no, like all my friends were just like, wow, that looked really bad. Like there's so many different scenes where it just doesn't look good. They clearly rushed it. I mean, the other movie came out a couple years ago. They rushed this movie. There are some shots where this. I mean, like it doesn't help that when I was ordering the tickets,
You can't rush.
Honestly,
You can't rush a
with
2-year.
information-
You can't rush a movie that's been done for 2 years.
With the information you said, you said it was Sega in-house that made this with their own studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense now, looking back.
Oh yeah, because
Since I wouldn't expect this to be like a major thing. I wouldn't.
Oh yeah,
I'm not expecting them to dump money like how Square dumped money into Final Fantasy Spirits Within.
Oh yeah, this isn't. We're not working with ILM here. You know, this ain't. You know, they're working with their own effects team in house. They're not. I'm sure they maybe outsource a few things, but for the most part, it's mostly in house. They work with what they got, and to their credit, it's only been a few scenes that you can really tell that things were in green screen properly, or really didn't match, or it wasn't rendered, or an object wasn't rendered well to fit in properly with the film. And yeah, that can happen, but those are things you can easily fix it once like in a Blu-ray release, or when it comes to streaming. They're like it's not so bad that it's like, oh, it's hard to come back to the movie. No, just a few bad shots here and there, but overall it's fine. I mean, Sonic's the CG character. He works well throughout the entire movie.
At that point, it's really all that matters.
Yeah.
Not undermining the other stuff. Is that like, so long as Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles and some of the effects still look really good, that's really all you need to have the story be believable, and you watch it and you're not taken out of it.
It's like the same that happens when an anime airs on the original release on Japanese TV, and there you can tell they have to rush some certain scenes because they didn't have time to animate it properly. And then when the Blu-ray set release of that with that particular episode, the studio fixes those errors for the home release.
Okay, so that's
like it's not like the final fight of Black Panther.
Oh, yeah, that one at least Black Panther had the excuse of everyone was working on Infinity War at the time.
That's fucking sad.
Oh,
That's like, sorry, we don't want to work on the effects of this movie's climax. We want to go make this fucking better movie instead. We got to make sure Thanos looks incredibly real in every shot, which is fair, but it also says a lot about your fucking movie priorities.
Black people get their first quote unquote superhero, and don't even give him the full FX team. Shame.
Once again,
Foxy Brown would not be proud.
Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme.
Then white people be tripping. Word.
Oh, yeah, I hope you guys get better with El Muerto.
This is revenge. This is revenge.
I think if those fucking comics just on a whim the other day, that's all of El Muerto's fucking appearances.
Hey, you know what? You know what? They could just make it a standalone character and not tie to anything Spider-Man. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's get
he's gonna be built up in their Sinister Six.
Oh my god.
That's gonna be the most dog dick Sinister Six you've ever seen.
Or worse. He just gets killed off by Venom in a Venom sequel if his movie performs badly. Venom just eats him up.
They could fucking make him a fucking parody of Bane, and then just Venom fucking kills him.
Oh god. Let's continue.
I thought that the screen was on the other side, so I was trying to order seats that were further back, and I ended up putting them pretty close to the front. So we had a big close-up view. Probably didn't help, but there were a lot of scenes where just there's just an effect, and you're like, that looked bad. It just didn't look good. It didn't. it didn't turn out right. And even like the animation isn't that good. The way that the characters talk, like it's okay, but it really isn't that expressive or anything. And like other little things, you know, like Knuckles, they look like plush toys. You know, like it's definitely
Could've
improved
been
over the old
worse.
design, but then like
Could've
Knuckles
been
has like
Sonic
gloves
Adventure.
instead, like his fists are like these big plushy gloves, and it just makes
Whoa!
him look like
Oh,
a
this
fucking
excitement.
stuffed animal or something. Here's another thing. I got so many things.
Eyebrows going
I
wild.
already
This
hate
dude wanted them to be
certain
hyper
things. The
realistic.
first movie, it felt so forced.
You know
Like,
what?
you know, like
He wanted the original design.
You know what?
Like, he can claim he doesn't want it, but this complaint sound like he wanted them to be hyper realistic, like that original design.
No, he wants it to be designed the way Detective Pikachu designed the Pokemon.
yeah,
They
where
could,
they look like fucking gross, weird animals.
I
They
know.
look like
the one that creeped me out the most was Jigglypuff, because not once did I consider that Jigglypuff's pink skin was actually fur. I just thought it was
Yeah,
just
no.
pink rubber skin. That's how I interpret that.
I bet they made the texture fur because it looked fucking creepy if they made it skin colored.
The creepy one was Mr. Mime for me.
Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime.
Just looked like a fucking weird, creepy guy.
I mean, it was already
I
creepy.
haven't seen that outside your window.
That's
Hey,
there's my disbelief.
That's what Ash's mom has to deal with on a daily basis.
That thing to fucking deep. Never mind.
Continue on.
Friend, aren't you? Yeah, it turns out we're friends. And friends
No,
makes
I'm
the hearts happen
I'm
and beat
aborting the
bad guy.
joke.
So like it's already so, and then this one is about being a hero and taking responsibility, blah blah blah, and like it's already uncomfortable and weird and.
That's also something I'm also being pissed. There's like a generally, you know, people take for granted that in a lot of children's media that they're gonna have a good moral message for kids to take from them in the good story. No, sometimes not. Sometimes the filmmakers even blunder that, and I was genuinely surprised of how well through a way that kids will enjoy that they show the importance of, now of course, friendship, loyalty, being honorable, being trustworthy, of gaining trust, of how to not doubt yourself, of how to learn to trust others, and that you shouldn't put all your burdens onto yourself, especially when you can't handle them. A lot of good life messages here, and Sonic about maturing and taking the responsibility of his powers. Kal-El, you are meant for greater things in this world.
Maybe let all those kids.
All that great stuff, and he dismisses that. All that stuff was done genuinely well, and it was done so sincerely through Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails, and he throws it all out.
Because he
It's
actually
like-
doesn't care.
It's like he's more upset that he isn't the target demographic for this movie as neither like a hardcore Sonic fan, which he isn't, and as an adult.
So, okay, this might be a little too real, you know, the elephant in the room. Do you think we sometimes sound like this with like other things? Like, let's be real, right?
Well,
Like, come on.
well, think about let me ask you this: how do you feel when you watch the Christopher Reeve first Superman movie, and when you see that scene with Paul Kent talking to Clark for the first time, for the last time before Paul dies of a heart attack, and you have that scene where Superman's like, I have all these powers and I couldn't save him.
It's a fucking bummer. Like in a good way. Like it makes me feel shit.
Yeah, it's a very human thing to feel, especially in a movie like that. And here is not very overthinking or analyzed to give praise when a story successfully showcases either genuine flaws that people have and the struggles they go through. Some might do it more serious or less serious than others, depending on the type of story you're telling. But it doesn't mean that the moral or message is either less sincere because of the way they showcase it. And to not take that as important when crafting a story is to undermine what a story is to begin with, regardless if we should take it seriously or not.
I
Now,
think he
it
really
might.
just like he's just wants to dehumanize the characters and just wants to keep the images.
Yeah. If anything, I think this whole thing here is. I think the only reason that people are up in arms is that his critiques are very shallow. They're very
Yeah.
shallow. They're very superficial, and because of that, it clouds his judgment of how he sees the film. You know what it is. He's so bothered by a lot of the nitpicking stuff of the film, and all those nitpicks kind of come together to him that he can't enjoy them, and because of that, he misses the big picture. He overlooks the moments like that end with Sonic and Knuckles, where like it was the last time I actually saw like two characters who throughout the course of a story actually generally become friends with one another, despite the fact they come blows to blows that they're going blows to blows, and they had to go and get past um whatever biases or whatever feelings they had to each other before. Because consider this: Knuckles was prime and ready to kill Sonic.
Yeah.
Think about that. And in the context of this, children's film, you have a character who's willing to go who is so who is very prideful and is very much traumatized by what happened to him as a kid and what happened to his clan. Now the only thing he has is revenge, and he wants to take it out on the thing on the thing he only thing he knows what caused he lost everything in his life, and it's Sonic. That's some very mature storytelling, even for a kids film.
He's
And we see him grow. We see him like accept this new family.
Yeah, let's not forget Tails. His whole thing is essentially is he doesn't have too much of an arc, but is definitely his whole story is that he grows past instead of just being someone he idolizes Sonic, he becomes someone that Sonic can trust. He becomes a partner, a true friend.
Not just that, he actually also has the kind of like the side arc of having self-esteem issues. Like you could remember he was talking about how he never really had friends, and it was
You're
always
right.
being picked fun of.
And what kid can't relate to that?
And here, like, remember Sonic was saying, help me out," and Tails throughout the whole time was like, "What can I do? I'm not you. I'm useless."
And then
So
by the
like
end,
he had a lot of self-esteem issues, and Sonic kind of brought
the best out of him.
yeah, like it showed him like your gadgets, they're good, and you are really helpful. Like
If not for Tails, Sonic wouldn't know the first clue to do in this whole adventure.
yeah,
So this is to you, to you, Chris. If we don't take those things in the story seriously, and we don't take our viewpoints of how we view them, how do you expect children to take it seriously?
No, that is fair.
Yeah.
It's just came from the whole doubt thing to be like, I wonder if on the outset, and then the response of not
No.
to be like, oh, maybe, and it's like, but, and then you guys go off about your what you say, and it's like, well, we at the end of it, it's like we all just do really care about this, and this is what we got out of it. This guy, in comparison, I don't think, oh well, maybe his version's correct too. It's like, no, he's wrong. He didn't get that. He got all of that. We all saw the same thing, and he's just like, yeah, but no, though, it
Yeah.
sucks.
Hey, keep in mind,
Like,
and as well, I'm not. This ain't some groundbreaking story. This is
no, but you
nothing.
still
This is nothing like people have not seen before. But think about this. This could be a kid's first time seeing a story like this, where he sees a character with low self esteem, or he understands why a character might be hurt, what happened in the past, or about learn how to be trustworthy. Those are important things that a kid can learn to grow up with. Those are which is why this film, at least for me, makes it very much. To me, it gives it more value in its story because from the way Arlo's pointing at, it's just making it's just just a bunch of Sonic references with dumb human characters with terrible jokes, and it's all crap throughout. That's what he's making out to be, and it totally ignoring ironically, the most human element of the movie, which doesn't even involve the humans.
He's taking out the context when he's reciting what happened. He's not getting like, it's ridiculous.
Pretty much. And that's kind of the crux of why people are mad at him. It's not because they're mad because he disliked the movie. Is that he disliked the movie for the most shallowest and incorrect reasons.
Boring. But now the theme in this movie is he's not their friend, he's their son. And like, I get the relationship. He's young, they want to protect him, and there's even one part in the movie where she's like, "Let's go get our son." And like, it's kind of heartwarming that she would refer to him that way. It's kind of like, oh man, it's like it's nice, like that's nice. But then they go too far. Then like at the end of the movie, he calls James Marsden dad. Like, whoa. You can't you can kind of say he's like their son, but to the point where he's literally calling them mom and dad. This is a Sonic movie. This is the Sonic movie that I am watching.
Okay, this guy kind of keeps forgetting that this Sonic is an adolescent. He's a kid. His only mother figure, which was I forgot how
Longclaw,
was pretty much killed, and father figure missing because there is not really any father figure in his life
until he met Donut Lord.
So I mean, like any kid, I mean, I'm pretty sure they will kind of cling to the person that has like a good father figure role to them. Plus, he did the whole Ben type of deal of like your powers will be needed. You don't use your powers just because they will be needed one day. It's practically a father figure. When
the world will need you, you must answer the calls, my son.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I mean, it was like, I keep making comparisons, but that lake scene, I keep, like that for a split second. Tom became Pa Kent. Like, I'm not the only one who's. I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw that. Did you see that, Ghetto?
Yeah, like it's one of the reasons why I think this movie is more like a superhero movie. Like one of many reasons.
Yeah, and I actually thought that was actually quite heartwarming because if you look at the first, I mean, for me, it makes more sense for that he sees him as like a parental figure than just as friends. Because especially with Sonic, it'd be kind of weird that he has two grown friends. And also, naturally, it makes sense that as time goes on, Tom and Natey, the wife, that they'll naturally, they have to be responsible for Son. Have to make sure that he's taken care of and that he's doing well. Almost like they're, I don't know, being guardians or parents for him.
And like it kind of goes back to that point in the movie. Like I actually just thought about this right now. Remember how basically those two, even though they did at that point either consider themselves friends or just the guardian to Sonic, they still said to both of each other, they're like, "Man, I wish maybe one day Sonic will have his own group, his own clique, like his own friends." Cut to the end of the movie, we have him finally meet Tails and Knuckles, and they're all friendly towards each other, and they get along just fine.
Yeah, because again, like a lot of maturity for a kids movie. It shows that Tom and his wife, they're not gonna be there for Sonic they're not gonna be there like all the time.
Plus, I mean, you can only do so much as a human with a fast blue hedgehog.
That too.
That can go Superman.
I mean, what they wanted to treat.
Yeah,
they want to treat him as a pet. I mean, they could technically do that. It's kind of demeaning.
They want him to slow down, but they still want him to. They want him to slow down, but they still want him to, spread his wings and go.
Yeah.
Oh man, Arlo. Take a course in something. I don't know. Take a writing course or something.
In a theater, it's got
Let me
Sonic
predict
calling James
that
Marsden
she's
and
gonna
Sumter
fucking,
mom and dad. I'm your son now. I live in the real world in your house with your dog, and I'm your little baby Sonic boy. What? wow, why? What is that? It's so weird and awkward.
You're making it
And
weird and
it ends,
awkward.
of course, Tails abandons wherever he came from. Who cares? Because they don't care at all, and we only know about Tails because of all that. Oh my gosh!
I mean,
that's
of
the thing,
course
that's
he
the next
abandoned
position.
where he
The
came
story,
from.
the
He
plot
hated
no
where he
friends.
that, like,
he hated where he came
once in a while,
from, or at least he didn't like it.
I come from this place.
He had no
just
friends.
doing stupid jumps, which is always a mark of
It's like
just
Venom
of
was
just terrible writing
the
and a bad
shitty
story,
loser
because we have to
symbiote
keep this,
getting
like, delving all this
sand kicked in his
info.
face
Then
on the
they
beach.
doesn't even fill in all the blanks.
They
Doesn't have
state that he
So at the
spent
end, Tails
all his
abandons
time watching Sonic.
Yeah.
Also, I like how come we don't get this backstory? What, you want another extra 10 minutes of exposition?
Yes, he does.
He really just wants Sonic to go to ask Tails, hey, let's go to this cafe real quick. Let me sit down.
Let's just
Give you a full story.
let's get some backstory.
Mhm.
Let's do a lore dump right now. And
No, it's a dating.
don't even start. And one thing I also kind of noticed too is that he also forgets the fact that this isn't Sonic fully realized. You know, this isn't this. You know, I the way I like think they're doing his movies, that this is leading up to the Sonic that we all know, the one who yeah, he's cocky, but he's also loyal, free spirited, and as well he he's the type of person that will do right and always try to do the right thing regardless of what will happen to him. Very selfless. And so this is his journey in becoming the Sonic that we all know and love.
It's an actual character arc.
I know.
They're writing the
I mean-
journey to make an actual Sonic.
I mean, they could have easily just had Sonic already be who he is, and maybe you could still do some character arcs. But I think this is a wise choice to where we're leading up to that idealized Sonic that a bunch of people know, the type of personality he has, and not only that, but that confidence. That's the one thing that separates Sonic from a lot of characters, is the name another video game character who has the same amount of confidence that Sonic has.
Dante.
Name another one.
Bayonetta.
Yeah?
mhm.
Another character.
Yeah.
Another character. Funny enough, another Sega character technically.
Let's see. Bolt. I am not really sure. It says here, this is Bolt. I'm on my second account. Someone put my main account in timeout. Did I do something? No. I
What?
mean, right now I only have, like, I'm the only one that's able to see chat, and I'm seeing it through my second YouTube account through the live chat. So I literally have no control of what's happening. And of course, as you can see, Hack has the actual YouTube video up, so he has no way to look at
Yeah.
anything in the live chat. I don't know what's happened. Maybe try relogging in or something.
Yeah. Sucks that happened, but no, we didn't put you in timeout. Definitely not.
Definitely not. We actually really enjoyed having your conversations here.
Yes. And Meek, let's continue on. We're almost done.
His world that
almost
he can.
there.
My home world. What's your home world? Where do you live? What is this multiverse? There are apparently aliens everywhere, and nobody's even like acknowledging that. Knuckles, same thing. Oh, I left my family behind. I'm blah blah. I'm your friend now. I used to be this intergalactic warrior, and now I'm they're a family now. Like the end scene. I'm watching a Sonic movie. Oh man, big Hollywood Sonic movie, and it ends with Sonic and Tails and Knuckles playing baseball, and Sonic calling a guy dad, and then they all decide to go get some ice cream, and Knuckles jumps in and they all jump in, and Knuckles is like, haha, I'm.
I mean,
So this
that's
is
the
a
dang
movie.
thing. That
The thing
sounds
is-
like how Sonic game would end.
Plus, the thing is that he's saying like, "Oh, how quickly Knuckles became friends with Sonic." I mean,
No?
Knuckles throughout the whole time, he's seen how, like, what was it, loyal and selfless Sonic has been, and noticed that he was in the wrong side.
But that literally took until Sonic was drowning for Knuckles to even reconsider what he initially thought.
Exactly.
And wasn't there a brief period where like he did consider? Yeah, there was that period where he was like, maybe Sonic isn't that bad, and then something else happens.
Yeah.
And,
I
yeah,
was like,
so
So in his mind, he he views the movie as even more poorly written than he thinks it is, and that they just became friends after like 30 minutes into the movie or something. That's the way he makes it sound like, even though that's not the case. This is why he shouldn't call the first opening act of the movie boring, because he missed the part where Knuckles was trying to kill Sonic, because he was so he was so perplexed, so puzzled, so mind bended that Tails hit Knuckles with a police car. He was so
Took him out of the movie.
He was so bothered by that he didn't realize what was going on with Knuckles. Because Tails shouldn't be hitting Knuckles with a police car. That's just not what a Sonic movie should have. All right, that's just not what it should have.
Tails would absolutely do that in a Sonic game.
He'll at least crash a tornado onto it. And also notice he never gives any alternatives. He never says what he would do instead to make the movie better. So he doesn't even present his viewpoint of what could improve the movie. Again, so hyper focused on what he finds so wrong with the movie that you think, okay, what would you do to make it better? And he doesn't offer that.
Yeah, like 45 minutes in, and I still don't know what he expects out of Sonic.
Yeah, what's
He
your?
wanted it to be perfect.
The only thing we do know for sure is that he wanted to be better than the first movie. Well, what does that mean for you?
He wanted it to be
Just better.
Yeah,
just
That's it.
yeah, just be good.
No
Just-
criticism.
You're of ice cream, haha! And they all jump in their nice, brand new Toyota truck and drive off into the sunset. That's the Sonic
That's
movie
funny.
that I just saw. That's the Sonic movie that I just saw. That's how it
Oh
ended.
wait,
now Sonic and Tails and Knuckles are the
He
little baby boys
completely
of,
skipped
of
over
these people.
the amazingness
I'm
of Supersonic.
Yeah.
surprised you didn't go. Why is Sonic going Super Saiyan? This doesn't make any sense. All right, this is this is a Hollywood checklist. The hero's always got to get the final power. I'm surprised you didn't do that.
I thought he was also gonna make some weird comment about like how Knuckles reshaped the Master Emerald out of just like crushing it a little bit.
Yeah, you know what it is? He probably wasn't even paying attention. He probably was like, he saw Super Sonic. He's like, oh, good for you.
No, his mind was still stuck at the police car.
He would leave the theater like in intervals to go hyperventilate.
He's like brings him to his bag of popcorn.
Somebody had to come up and clean out all the popcorn in the aisles.
And then
they saw a dude fucking breathing really heavily and got his head hunched over.
And
they had to decide whether or not to call the security.
And was asking what's wrong, and he goes, "This movie is what's wrong."
This movie's a bullshit fuck.
Who knows? Maybe he'll talk about the climax. Watch that be the thing he praises the most. Just the climax. Watch. Let's see.
They're their kids now. They're their kids, and they're gonna live in their house and have slumber parties.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic and the gang are actual kids, aren't they? They're like teenagers.
Yeah.
Post credits. The big thing. I'm glad I didn't get it spoiled. And you know what? Even though this is a spoiler review, I won't say it here, just in case. Just in case. But I will say, it did have me hooping and hollering just because of just because but like it so wasted on this movie.
I'm surprised he even knew who Shadow was.
Where there was a good Sonic movie. No, not just a good Sonic movie.
Well, he saw the gun.
Cinematic universe. There's gonna be a third one. There's gonna be a Knuckles show.
I'm surprised he'd like
And
that.
then at the end, this big revelation is just like, it would be so good, but it was just wasted. Just wasted.
I would say keep trying both. By
So
the
to
way,
wrap things
I'm
up,
not really sure if it's
I didn't like this movie. I
maybe
didn't
a
have high
YouTube
expectations.
issue.
I wasn't expecting Shakespeare. I wasn't
I hope
expecting
it
the
is.
best movie ever.
Holy
I expected
shit, he
to be like,
said
it's
it.
kind of fun, but it still managed to be just
Yeah, Sonic may not have Shakespeare dialogue, but it definitely has some Shakespearean tragedy. If you think about it. No, think about it. Look at Knuckles.
Yeah.
Look,
Everyone died.
yeah, look.
Right out of Othello, this.
Like,
Fit right in.
I am kind of half joking, but you also but people forget. Remember, people forget Shakespeare for his time. His plays and his stories were meant to be enjoyed by the mass public. They were meant for the common man, and so his style of storytelling, yeah, would influence a lot of what essentially Western culture of how they will tell the stories and try to and they write it in a way that can be consumed not by the aristocrats but by the common people.
Hmm.
Yeah. So and listen, Sonic, yeah, it's not a Shakespearean dialogue. Sonic's not going on to having big monologues about situations, but he is going through a crisis in which everything he knows and love can be destroyed by uh destroyed while having to face off against someone who already did lose everything they ever loved and ever enjoy in their life, and they're voicing their anger on him, on someone that he never doesn't know, and so he has to figure out what's going on there. It's a very Shakespearean thing of revenge of sins that have nothing to do with you.
Also, I totally agree with both. It says here, Sonic is strongest when it has high ambition. What's higher than making it an a good video game movie? And I completely agree because for me, it was a breath of fresh air to actually have a successful video game movie.
Two of them, in fact.
Yeah, two of them.
Not just one. Two of them.
Like I said before, if you told me 10, 15 years ago that Sonic the Hedgehog would have two good movies in theaters and would beat out two superhero movies in the box office, I'd have called you a liar.
If you 10 years ago told Ghetto that he would care more about fucking the live action Eggman more than Morbius the Living Vampire, he would have fucking beat your ass.
No, even better. Even better. If you told Ghetto 10 years ago that you would care more about Sonic the Hedgehog than Cassandra Cain and Black Canary and Barbara Gordon and Harley Quinn.
I would have called you a fucking liar. I was like, you are bullshitting me.
This punk ass. He's not even my favorite character. He ain't Knuckles. He ain't the Chuck Dixon run of Bird of Prey. Get out of here.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm glad you said that one.
What, you want me to say the Gail Simone run?
No. That one's
using
okay, that's the right moment.
mess. Just a mess. The whole thing was rushed. It's clear that they rushed out the script. They wrote a treatment. They said that works. It checks all the boxes. Get it in production. Rush the effects. Rush everything, and just do it. Because who cares? They'll go anyway. They'll buy it anyway. You know, it's just like I don't.
But they didn't though.
That says you only like this thing because it's because I hate
Took
that.
2 years to make it.
And it's just fine. And like if you're like, no, I love the movie. I'm not gonna be like, you only like it because it's Sonic. But like so I'm not saying that. But I am saying that I am confused. I'm very confused with this and the first
You're
movie.
always confused.
The first movie looked so bad.
That's his
Everyone
secret.
thought it was the worst looking thing ever, and all they changed was Sonic. They didn't change anything else except the design of Sonic, and everyone loved it. And now it's the same, just the same.
Sounds like he wants to curse, but he can't.
People like it. People love it.
Sure you can.
Are you?
Well, no, he does advertise himself as kid friendly.
I don't know. That's what I'm not getting. People
The
rip
hell
on
is
all
he-
these other bad kids movies.
hell is he doing
and the
here,
only
then?
difference exclusively between them and this is that this has Sonic in it, and that's where I'm confused. That's where I'm confused.
Oh, okay.
I
I
think of more
see.
things to say about
What?
this movie. I will think of other things that I want to point out, and I will be genuinely upset that I didn't remember to say them here because this is the only chance I've got. This is the thing. This is my video on the Sonic 2 movie. But I gotta wrap it up. I gotta stop somewhere. So I'm stopping right here. Okay, I actually do have one more thing. There's a whole subplot where Sonic can't swim and he doesn't like the water, and then like when that culminates into
That's not a subplot. He's factually wrong. That is not a subplot. There is no time dedication of Sonic overcoming his fear of water. What he's describing is a character flaw.
Also a thing from the games, isn't it?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
Sonic can't swim.
Yeah, it literally has been said several times that he can't swim.
and he calls
Oh,
it
okay.
and he incorrectly calls it a subplot or side plot. No, man. If you want a full-rounded character, you gotta give them foibles.
Yeah,
I
if
don't.
this was a subplot, this would have been some. It'd be about him overcoming that thing with water.
And he
He
doesn't.
doesn't.
And then in the new game, they're gonna have a patch where he can not only swim in water, but he will full on be aquatic with gills.
and you know why? And then you know why? So that they can make that Sonic cross Echo the Dolphin crossover game Sega has been planning for 35 years.
Just fucking do a mod. Do a mod of Sonic in the fucking game.
Sonic's got to join with Echo the Dolphin to stop the third nuclear war.
And has to fucking shoo away his sexual advances in order to fucking save the day.
Oh, good. Oh, we'll make it a female dolphin. Less chance of that.
Oh right,
The thing where he's
shoo
gotta
off her
drown in
sexual
water. You
advances.
don't play the
All
rant
these
thing?
fucking dolphins do.
Like really? That was an easy one. That was a gimme. Sheesh. Same as the last one, I will say. You will probably like it. You probably did like it. You probably like it. Most people like it, and I don't get it. I do not understand.
I think it's more said that
Almost.
people liked it than disliked it.
But if everyone's happy, that's great. You know, I'm not. There could just be a lot about this movie I just don't understand because I'm not a big Sonic fan. But it's not. That's not it though. It's that the jokes are bad. Being a Sonic fan doesn't make jokes good.
No.
No, you should understand
This
storytelling.
Has
and that's
like
great. And it's great.
a negative.
So that's it.
first
I'm gonna lose a lot of
grade
subscribers. I lost a
reading
couple
level, that's
hundred
all.
after the last review.
Oh,
and
pobrecito. Oh, pobrecito. He lost 100 subscribers. Pobrecito.
Oh no.
You know, if we say that, that actually might be bad for us because they're small. But he's got a big he's got a big following. So the fact that he's even mentioning it, I'm like I'm playing the smallest violin right now.
Does he really have a big following though?
He does. At least has a big subscriber count.
How big is it?
Bigger than yours.
Yeah, so he has 6.
I know he's at least over 100,000. I know that for sure.
At least over.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah. So why is he? So if he think it's like again, if you think it's okay, why is he even mentioning this? If anything, wouldn't it be
Because-
like, oh, thank God they don't subscribe? It's like I don't want to deal with those people.
Those plebeian.
Those people who do not appreciate finer cinema, like Detective Pikachu.
Those troglodytes that don't understand fine arts.
Those
Those
dirty memes.
those dirty, rambunctious hedgehogs. I don't appreciate.
Oh, okay. He has 619,000 subscribers.
Yeah, see, it's just that's respectable. You know, he has an audience, so at least a couple hundred, it's not gonna kill him.
He lost 100 people from saying, "Oh, is it our audience?"
Hey, that's how we got all these subscribers. Though went to the JAC Show.
Don't worry, gang. I subscribe just to unsubscribe.
What for?
Oh man.
Prove a point.
Well, you know what? At one, I would say that at one point I used to find and retain. I did subscribe, but I unsubscribed a long time ago, and nothing to do with this. You know what it was? Because I had a realization, and that man is he bland? For
Oh,
having a puppet as your avatar, you're pretty boring.
You know what's weird? I thought that I would see the puppet more, but I only saw it at the beginning and never.
Because it's not a scripted video. In the scripted videos, you know, he goes full on showing the puppet, but because it's an off the cuff rant, you know, he's not gonna.
I was at least hoping he like was underneath the table for an hour long, just like with the puppet in hand.
Nah, he's not.
We recorded the audio doing that.
Like that would be dedication.
Yeah, but then you actually have to put effort in, like watching the movie, which he clearly didn't.
and nobody got time for that. He probably watched it.
Okay. If you feel that my opinion on this is not acceptable, you cannot support me anymore. I fully understand. I give you permission, my blessing,
Oh, if you didn't give the permission,
Mofo, I don't need your
Sworn.
blessing to tell you you're wrong. It ain't a privilege to tell you how wrong you are. That's what. Does he realize that what he's saying?
You needed his blessing to unsubscribe. If you couldn't have that, you were unable to unsubscribe.
He ain't
erase that subscription button right there.
He ain't God.
That's a way to cover his ass. He's just covered his ass. You can unsubscribe, but would you really leave because I don't like a Sonic movie?
Yes.
Yeah, I should.
Apparently, hundreds of people did.
Would.
No.
Apparently, I didn't know you as well as I thought. Yeah, you sure didn't. I
Or-
don't even know you at all.
Or maybe, if you should have just did a scripted review so that your points are more fleshed out and people wouldn't be as badgering you as we are now. Maybe you'll be able to flesh out your points and maybe have something worthwhile to say.
Well, he is Arlo.
But he's not Milo.
Milo Yiannopoulos.
No, Milo from Atlantis. I like that movie.
Oh, I don't know what I thought of the other day.
You know what? That's you know what?
Milo from from Bronx.
F the Lego movie. F the Lego movie. Atlantis is a great kids film. Freaking that with real stakes, beautiful women, and with real culture.
And hot chicks.
I mean, yeah, it does. At least two of them. At the very least, two.
And they mock the French.
And in empty theaters.
Ghetto, why? Why'd you do this to me? Ghetto, why? I thought that I as a kid, I was like, man, I can't wait for more Atlantis movies.
I liked it too. But we gotta face facts. Nobody saw it.
Well, you're right, but you know who else can't face facts? Arlo. Let's finish this.
Well, all right.
Oh boy. Okay, so why don't you go down to those comments and let me know what you thought about the Sonic 2 movie? I'm not going to be reading those comments. I'm going to try not to read anything because I'm going to hear the same.
Oh, he
things,
said he wasn't
I
going to
just-
read
it's
them,
fine.
but
You like
he
movies, cool.
proceeded to make
Awesome.
a video.
I was gonna call him a slur. Not even the right slur, just a slur.
Oh, I love how he's still in, he's ranting, he's still in YouTuber mode, which means that he can't say the words he really wants to say, and he still has to say like, comment, and subscribe.
All right, so like, comment, subscribe, and give me a comment, and I won't read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why people unsubscribe. You
We all had the
jackass.
same feeling too. Me and my friends, we were all like, I was feeling sort of optimistic about the Mario movie because even if it's like a mess, it might still be like an entertaining mess. But after this, I was just kind of like,
Oh
man,
my
I
god.
kind of want to. I really hope we don't have to go through this again. We're gonna be standing in the same spot outside the theater saying this. I hope not. But man, this really hasn't gotten me hopeful for Mario. But I'll see you
Even
for
as,
Mario. You know what? I'll
like-
see you later this year. Talking about Mario movie, whatever that is. So
Like that's a really bad way to
Bye.
look at it. I mean, even as somebody like me who watches things despite them being bad, because I find them funny, I don't go into everything thinking, even if it's bad, it'll be entertainingly bad. Like,
Yeah, that's a very defeatist way to look at things. Like, no, go into something because you want to be entertained, you want to enjoy your time, and if you have to resort to enjoying things in spite of it, that's still a bad film.
yeah, like Morbius, I crack jokes about watching it, but I never actually bothered to sit down and watch it.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
of course not, because you had to watch all that Riverdale.
Yeah, of course I watched all the Riverdale. I enjoy Riverdale.
Hey,
It's
hey,
funny.
and he's honest about it, and he gives gives clear reasons why he enjoys it, and the reasons is because of how ridiculous it is. That's some merit, It takes talent to write ridiculousness. It's harder than it looks, honestly.
No, I'm not like I'm not putting you down for it. I'm giving you shit, but it's like in jest. Like I give Reinzel shit
No,
for
no,
watching
no.
Peacemaker because he had to see it.
Wait, what movie he
That-
saw?
When Reinzel watched Peacemaker, I was giving him shit for that.
Oh yeah, I'm still baffled people still enjoyed it. I'm like, come on, seriously.
Is it really good or bad? Because I've
Bro-
been hearing.
From from what from what I've heard, apparently the beginning's very rough, but it gets better after the first 3 episodes.
I thought it was just okay, but I often tell people, how much do you like James Gunn's writing in the Guardians films?
Are you a big fan of Lollipop Chainsaw?
I am.
Like,
Then maybe
I am a big fan of Tara Strong just using Twilight's voice for
then you
hypersexual character.
then you might enjoy Peacemaker, seeing John Cena say funny things out loud in public.
I think John Cena's funny, but you know, I'm not.
It's not
I'm not that guy.
It's not the Marine. That's for sure.
Like,
No,
I would
well,
put
every movie can be.
I'd put Peacemaker somewhere between Romeo and Juliet and in the Guardians movies in terms of how they can be, in terms of like pure James Gunnery.
Yeah, so like you kind of get a little bit of it, but even though if he had full reigns, that movie would be would definitely wouldn't have the DC logo because he'd be doing things that DC would be going, boy, you're crossing lines here.
Yeah.
Peacemaker goes through a lot of bullshit. So like, what did they tell him he couldn't do?
I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that they probably told him stuff. There's probably stuff that they wouldn't let him do.
That's probably true.
Any case,
I don't know, man.
Any case, so folks, what have we learned today? You know, like the end of a kid's film. What have we learned today, folks?
Chris, if you please.
What?
I don't know how I feel right now. You first.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what? We'll start with the top left. Chris, now that we fully watch Arlo's rant about Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and without rambling too long, you know what are your final thoughts on the video?
I feel like he shouldn't have made it. I really do think that, as much as it is like, he should have just had it been like on Twitter and then talked about it and was like, oh, I'm gonna make a Twitter thread about Sonic 2. This is just me rambling though. But the fact that he did it like in a fucking 52-minute video about nothing, and I'm not trying to say that his opinion was nothing, that's really what he felt. But it's just like, you really shouldn't have done that, man. There's fucking times where I'm like, I shouldn't like talk about a certain thing, and then I don't, because it's like, what's the fucking point exactly? Now he has a huge audience, and that's different, but it did seem like he didn't think it through. And apparently, Bolt in the comments said that too, or maybe one of you guys said it as well. That like, yeah, he doesn't think past his point. He thinks of it, but doesn't actually go into it. And I could I've never been Arlo before, and I can really hear it. So after hearing all that, it was still interesting to hear, because he did have some stuff that we all thought, which was like, yeah, I wasn't expecting Shakespeare, wasn't expecting Lawrence of Arabia, but hey, it was a Sonic movie. But it's stupid to say like, oh, well, he was wrong though about this thing. It's like he missed a lot of shit, but also he probably was not the audience for this movie, and he should have just thought of that before making a long rambling video about how it should have been something he wanted, when he clearly doesn't know what he wants, because he's not up to date with the lore exactly, but he doesn't really understand this thing he claims to love, quote unquote.
Yeah, apparently from what Bolt says, he also got ratioed on Twitter as well for his opinion.
Oh my god.
Oh, great.
Yeah, now he's pretty much practically dead. If you get ratioed on Twitter, you're
that's the law.
Yeah.
So
you're dead.
Oh, is that and any more thoughts, Chris, or is that or those it?
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to hear, even if it was something that, you know, someone would say like, well, he shouldn't have made the video or whatever. It's like, yeah, but he did, and what'd you think? It's like, well, I respect that he has his opinion, and that's fine. I don't personally agree with it, but he's welcome to have it.
You just own up to it and tell us they were all wrong for liking it, but that's just me. Get him. Well, what are your final thoughts on Arlo's video?
I guess it's pretty interesting to see like a differing opinion on this movie because everyone I've talked to liked the movie. They thought it was a great Sonic movie. But my thing is, I still don't know what he wanted from this movie. I still don't know what he expects from Sonic. Like he said, like every point he made was, "This isn't the Sonic I know," or "This isn't the Sonic I like," even though there is no real consistent Sonic. There's like consistent Sonic character traits, but there's not like consistent Sonic lore. There's not really a consistent Sonic world. Like even the games contradict each other.
Oh yeah, very heavily.
So like, but even then, he's entitled to his opinion, but he didn't really have what I could call a strong opinion. Is that the word I want to use? It's like a strong opinion on this.
No, he had a strong opinion. He had a strong opinion,
like,
but
that one, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Like
he didn't have a strong informed one.
Like it's not focused, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like as much as he said this movie wasn't focused, his thoughts on this movie aren't focused. Since it was all lasered in on what he thought was negative. Like, and this just comes across as he does not like Sonic at all, even from a casual standpoint. Like, he probably liked the games, as in the gameplay, but not the actual character or the story.
Very much so.
So,
anything else, or with that, or
I think that'll be it for me. I really can't think of anything else to add.
Jack, any final thoughts?
Well, the guy really just focused too much on the superficial things, like you said. A lot of the minute details, which in the aspect of the whole movie didn't really matter because, I mean, it would be like maybe I think we kind of estimated 30 minutes of human interaction of what like the main human cast, while everything else was pure Sonic, and he glossed over a lot of like the actual good things about the Sonic movie, which I guess amplified his hatred towards the bad things. And he just needs to kind of step back a little bit because he's looking at a door right now from like literally inches away and not seeing the door. He just needs to kind of step back, look at it entirely how it's supposed to be, and also reevaluate his own sense of what Sonic is or who Sonic is, because all I see is from what we saw in the whole rant, he likes the image of Sonic, but he doesn't like Sonic. Like that's what it looks like to me. He likes what Sonic looks like all the little pretty colors, and yes, he's fast in the game, but he doesn't like how Sonic actually is. So I don't know. He needs to find his own direction. Like tell us exactly like how Ghetto says. Tell us what did you want from this movie? It's there. I don't see what else he could have wanted from this movie.
Thank you. And going last, everyone here has made points. I think the current thing here is it's just to say that we are not at all bothered the fact that he dislikes the movie. None of us are bothered by that fact. We are grown adults, and we can we are grown adults, and we can respect other people's opinions on other things, and especially each other's. Not agree on everything. What we can't find hard to understand and what make things hard to, let's say, believe something or respect someone's opinion is when it's poorly communicated, and as well when it's poorly said. I would be more open to what Arlo's point of view is if he simply just instead of making a rant, if he actually wrote a script and laid down what he wants in a Sonic movie, so that all of us understand what he's coming from, what he expects out of something like Sonic. Because a lot of the things he says that he wants out of it are very superficial. It was mostly just to deal with either a old interpretation of the character that's no longer relevant, or it involved just or it involved like just have Sonic do something, but don't have anything to do with the human characters of the real world. That's not giving us much. What do you want Sonic to do? What do you want him to be? What kind of story do you want? And he doesn't give that. He can tell us all. He's repeating all the time what he doesn't like, but if he doesn't tell us what he did like, or what he think could have been improved, or what he would radically change in order for him to be the ideal Sonic movie, then we can be open to his point of view. But he doesn't do that because, as Bo has stated in the comments, he didn't think things through, and that's right now his main Achilles heel. And this is again kind of outside of his comfort zone. His channel doesn't regularly critique movies, so, and it baffles me, even though I'm far from like a filmmaker or film critic, you could say. But I definitely have seen a lot of movies and watched a lot of things about storytelling in film, of how he is baffled, how he overlooks or misses story beats, the writing, and a lot of the character moments that make up to me the best parts of Sonic. Those stuff to me are what make me like the movie more than just the fact that, oh, we had Super Sonic and Jim Carrey's performance. Without those, I probably would have liked this equally as the first movie. Being, yeah, I enjoyed it, but I'm not gonna see myself watching it again in a while. Sonic 2 really just surprised me, like, with his sincerity, and that's something that as much as he's saying that's okay for everyone to tolerate his opinion, which we do, I find it not okay that he's so blind to what the movie was trying to accomplish in terms of the storytelling. That's very poor critical thinking, and that I'm not gonna stand. I'm not gonna stand someone who has poor critical thinking and try to present themselves as giving critical thought to what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So, as Chris said, this should have been a Twitter thread and not a video.
Let's see here. Let me add what both think, because these three comments actually kind of go well together.
All right.
It says, I think the reason Sonic fans react the way they did to his video is that they want the movie to do well. They don't want inaccurate and misleading reviews about a movie they like. The Sonic movie brought the Sonic community together, and they don't want misleading reviews for the film. Sonic has never been in a better place, and they want Sonic to succeed. And then finally, the Sonic community is tired of people railing on Sonic for bad reasons that are not correct. Sonic was never good, quote unquote, and all that.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I definitely understand that frustration. And I'm a Sonic fan. I was never part of a community, but I definitely understand, that mindset, and how it definitely gets tiring after a while when you want to talk about Sonic, good things about Sonic, and someone has to make a remark of, it's like, oh yeah, Sonic hasn't been good since this or that. It's like, I didn't even ask you if he was good. I want to talk about the good things about Sonic. It's the same thing with me and Superman. Superman. When someone tells me Superman's boring, sorry, I have no tolerance for your unwillingness to explore the character.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, every time whenever I more or less talk to some people about Sonic, it was always like, oh, you mean that one character that had like the bad game of Sonic 06, or talked about Sonic Unleashed, or talked about anything that remotely had something weird or janky on it. And like, as I said before, and I think on our Sonic 2 review, I am glad that Sonic finally has something good for him going on right now. And right now, it's a very successful movie. And I'm happy about it. I'm ecstatic about it. Because he's been, like, pretty much at a low point for so long that it's a breath of fresh air.
And here's hoping that Sonic Frontiers knocks out of the park. Here's hoping. Please, God, let it be a good game. Not a okay Sonic game, not a good Sonic game. Let it be a good game. So that we don't have to hear more of these tired Sonic Sonic jokes. Just for that. Just for that.
Mm,
Like I personally consider myself kind of a casual fan of Sonic since I've only played roughly like 5 or 6 games. But
It's more than
like to hear
Arlo.
people say, okay, yeah, but like to hear people just go, Sonic was never good, and I'm like, no, this character caught on for a reason. Like the last Sonic game I played from start to finish was Generations because I got it on in a Steam sale for $1 like 2 years ago. And I was like, people say this character was never good. I'm having the time of my life in this game, and I haven't even played all the games that are referenced in Generations. Like, and that made me want to go back and actually play Mania.
Oh man.
So
I forgot to buy that one. To be honest, I was gonna buy it, but I keep forgetting to.
I have it on PS. I have it on PS4 because 1 month they're giving away for free for PS on PS Plus. And I enjoy Sonic Mania. I still suck at classic Sonic games though. I still suck at them.
me too. I bought it for Switch as like a filler game, and I forgot what game I was waiting for to come out. And but playing Generations and beating it really made me go back and finish Mania.
That's nice. Now you can do Mania Plus and play the other characters.
I should actually.
There you go.
I
Well,
might do that this weekend.
let me double check the time real quick, folks, because it's been a long episode, and I think,
20,
yep,
4-hour stream.
oh yeah, and I think it's about time to call an end here. So roughly, just do, announcements. Jack, quickly go.
Going back to the Great Ace Attorney, we're gonna be doing that on Monday. Tuesday, we're gonna be playing Batman. Wednesday, well, of course, HackJack Show. That'll be it.
All right, and as for me, Saturday will be my chill streams. Will be my chill streams, and of course, my continuation of my punishment of playing Devil May Cry 2. That you definitely don't want to miss. So that'll be something fun, something for all of y'all, and as well, for anyone who's been watching new to the channel, checking because of we're covering Arlo. Welcome to the HackJack Show. We don't usually do episodes like this. These little EPAPs are once in a while, but we have plenty of other content that we have here. We're mostly a comic book and video game based channel. Me mostly covering a lot of comic topics, and Jack video games, or at least live streams lots of games. So check us out. Hopefully you enjoy what you see. And as far as late streams go, I got a stream. We'll be streaming on Saturday, and we'll be working on videos behind the scenes. So until then, thank you very much, and thank you Ghetto and Chris for your extended time. I'm glad you're able to come forward to make this a very great episode of the HackJack Show, and we'll see you guys next week. Take care. This is Hack and Jack, signing out.